Well. Hello and welcome back to another beautiful day here in sunny Jeju, South Korea. We are bringing you the live coverage of the Day 1C main event here for the W Korea Festival. Fortunately, we can't hear Noel Zarate. Not sure what he's doing, dropping off some logs, logging in, logging out, one of the two.
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, Noel. Welcome
Oh, there you go.
to the
Okay.
stream.
I can
There you go. I
hear
can
you
hear you.
now. I can see the screen.
Yeah, perfect.
All right.
And your camera's off.
Yeah, should it be on?
No, no, no. Definitely not.
Okay. Let's see. I just want to test how big the delay is between the two of us. It's Rich, right?
Yeah, Rich or Richard, up to you. No problem.
All right, Rich. And your last name, Rich, is this is the first time I'm meeting you, I think.
Y- Yeah, we've actually spoken quite a few times when you've been doing
Oh,
commentary
really?
with Grant. Yeah, I live with Grant, so
Oh,
you've probably
oh.
heard of me. And so when you
Okay,
commentate
okay.
and you've been setting up the stream and stuff, I've actually like seen you on the computer and done a mic test with you
Oh,
before and
okay.
stuff. You might not
All
remember,
right.
but that's why I'm pretty familiar because I've heard your voice so much, when he's been commentating with you. So
Oh, okay,
super
okay.
easy.
Well,
Yeah.
all right.
So
I,
my name's yeah, my name's Rich or Richard, whatever you want, and my last name is Cooper.
Rich Cooper. All right.
That's it.
So how
Super
big of
simple.
a delay are we having here? I'm gonna do this by saying one, two, three. And when I say one, two, three, just say one, two, three as fast as you can when you hear mine. All right.
Cool.
All right. I'm about to say it now. One, two, three.
One, two, three.
All right. We have about a 2 second lag between the two of us, so we're not be gonna
Okay,
be
cool.
overlapping a lot during the coverage.
Nah, not too much, I don't think. I'm also pretty good at knowing when to interject or when to say something and when not. And I think
Right.
maybe, the first couple of minutes we may be a bit shaky, just kind of getting each other's flow. But after that, I'm sure we'll be able to, build off of each other quite easily.
Fantastic. All right. So I'm just
I
gonna
think
go
you
with.
will find, yeah, sorry.
No, no. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think you'll find that I'm pretty similar to Grant in many aspects in terms of, how we speak, when we speak, how much we speak, how much, BS we speak, etc. So should be quite interesting.
Okay. I look forward to working
Awesome.
with you.
Absolutely, you too. So let's have a good day and best of luck to both of us.
Yeah, because my internet in my hotel room is not really as sexy as
Oh, really?
Grant's, but
Okay,
yeah,
okay. Yeah, ours is pretty strong here. So just you've got my WhatsApp number, so just pop me a WhatsApp at any stage if you have any
sure.
internet issues or you want to go to the bathroom or you want to eat something. Like I'm super easy to hold it down on my own for any length of period.
Great,
No worries.
great,
Yeah.
great, great. I actually just
Awesome.
woke up now because we just finished the stream for the what we call this a billionaires club over here in Da Nang. About I think we finished it around 8 in the morning.
Oh goodness. Oh goodness.
Yep.
So you must be feeling
And
it.
then we That's okay. I mean, at least for later on, after we do, I think we're working 4 hours today, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. After we work 4 hours, when we transition to the cash game, my partner, Coach Ron, is going to take command of this headset.
Okay, no worries. And like I said, like
Yeah.
Noel, honestly, like I love commentating on my own as well because it's just a lot easier. So if Coach Ron is, needs to run or there's a gap, 30 minutes, 1 hour, no problem. Like I'm super happy to do it on my own. I can cover for you, no problem.
Okay.
So just
Well,
just
we're
so you
gonna
know.
have fun today then. All right.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm just gonna, just so you know, I would like to take a 10-minute break in about 20 minutes time just to eat quickly, because that's when my
Sure.
food's
Sure.
arriving. And then after that, like in about 3 hours time, I have somebody coming to collect a package, which will take me 2 minutes just to drop the package off.
Cool.
So those are the only two times. Otherwise, I'm very happy to be sitting here and watching.
Great. So I'll time my food order by the time you come back, and I'll just order.
Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, because I'm
Okay.
waiting for the grab now. So the grab should arrive in like 30 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes.
Okay. Great. So we're not yet on
Perfect.
the air. We can talk about Gab at this moment.
Yeah, yeah, I think so. As long as she can
Yeah,
hear us.
yeah. Gab. Yeah, don't trust her too much. She used to be a male like us. She just decided to have
Ah,
children.
makes sense.
Instead of create
Makes
children, she decides to have children. So she's had a sex change. That's pretty much
sense.
what I know about
I
scab.
explains it. Explains it.
Yeah.
I
And when
wonder if
you're
she can
playing
hear us.
poker and if you're playing poker and she's in front of you and you deal her a bad beat, you better run as far as you can for about 2 days, and she'll be okay by then.
She's a sore loser, I've heard.
I'll give her
Many
a
bad
bad beat.
stories.
I still hear her in my head. There was one time that I called her with junk, and I
Yeah.
actually won a hand, and she screamed, "You called me with that!" And
Oh
she
my
was
goodness.
about to tear off my head on both regions.
Must have been a harrowing
Yeah,
moment for you for sure.
yeah, I know. I had my entire life flash before my eyes, but that was in the past.
Luckily you made it. Luckily you made it.
Yeah,
Uh,
I hope
so
she
yeah,
I hope she hears us talking about her.
I'm sure she will. I'm sure she hears everything, as they say.
Okay, I am going to
Yeah, I'm gonna make
run
coffee
to the
quickly.
restroom again. Go ahead, go ahead,
Yeah.
go ahead. I was about to do the same. I was about to do the same.
Okay. Alrighty, so we'll
All
catch
right,
back in 3 minutes. Sweet.
all right. Good afternoon from the Landing Casino in Jeju Island, Korea. This is WPT Korea on day 1C of the main event. Great to have you with us, Noel Zarate, working alongside Rich Cooper. And Rich, how's your day holding up so far?
Hello, 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 everybody. Hello, Noel. Absolutely thrilled to be here, I must say. Absolute show we've had over these past few days here at the WPT Korea Festival in Jeju. And I'm sure today will be no different. Day 1A, day 1B, crazy, crazy all ins, 3 bets, 4 bets, 5 bets, bluffs,
I heard there was a
and
seven bet
everything.
too.
Absolutely. 7 bet all in, aces versus king, queen, O. So action all around, Noel. Don't take your eyes off of the screen for even a second, or you may miss it.
Well, we do have our blinds right now. I believe at the is it 250, 500 at this point as Yu Tang Hu is going to raise, and he has got ace king gun. It looks like there's a call coming from the dealer button with Chi Jin at Jack nine of clubs.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking down at what we like to refer to as church, where I'm from, ace, king, O in the hijack. Always a beautiful sight. And easy as you like it there. Raise, take it, scoop the chips. Very, very easy poker.
I just love it when we get to see the rabbit cards. That's something that we do see a lot of in online, but we have that special feature here at the WPT. So let's recap a bit here, Rich, shall we, about the tournament structure, where we are right now, and how many players are going to make it through? Because I believe we've already hit the guarantee.
We have hit the guarantee, Noel, so very, very exciting news. That pot, super, super juicy and definitely all to play for. Obviously, the big money starts at the final table. But all of these gentlemen bought in here to this day 1C event for an amount of 2.8 million Korean won, around about 2K USD. They all started with 50K, 50K starting stack, and the blinds 200 and 400. So nice and deep stack early on. These guys all playing for it, and we do play up until late reg ends at level 8, I believe.
Well, look at the Ace King making another appearance here as Chi Jin has gotten it this time from seat number 7 at the cutoff at the moment. And seat number 8, we have Peng Yang, who's also got ace 5 of spades. Looks like we got a lot of suited aces here. And he has made a 3 bet, though, to 3.5K here, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely, Noel. You know what they say, ace 5, the new computer hand, power hand. They love 3 betting with it, especially in position. So Peng Yang going for it here. Let's see how the big slick of Chi Jin does respond to this aggression. Surely he makes it a little bit more expensive to go ahead and play here. The question is, how much?
He is playing ace king out of position. He has made a 4 bet, though, and it's now up to 11,000. So those 50,000 starting stacks are going to be pretty much put to the test on this hand.
Seems that way, Noel. These guys don't have anything left to wait around for, and they know they're still able to rebuy for quite a few levels. So why wait around? Let's run that equity, gents.
So you did mention there was a lot of 4 betting, 5 betting, such as the case of still having an opportunity to re-entry. Not quite sure if Peng Yang is gonna play that 5 bet game right now with what you called the new computer hand.
Yeah, I think we may just see a jam here, and it may be approved by GTO Wizard, as they always say. Yeah, I've been running a lot of sims
and how?
lately, to be honest with you, Noel. And you
Right,
find
right.
that Ace 5 always functions well with a high aggression tendency. So let's see how Peng Yang does to go for it here. And that's
And he
exactly
has
it. It's
shipped
all
it.
in. That's it, Noel. GTO
He's
approved, I tell
completely
you that much.
dominated, though. Yeah, but he's completely dominated here. And he's going to need some help on this flop if he wants to avoid lining up at the registration area once again. It hasn't been called though so far. Chin Jin or Chi Jin. Still thinking
Yeah,
about it.
surprising that Chi Jin has gone into the tank for so long. Surely he should just be a bit of a snap here.
One of the top five starting hands in all limit hold'em, and it's suited as well for Chi Jin. Now, for our featured table, we have five players from China, one from Japan, one from Taiwan, and one from the United States.
Wow, interesting fold there by Chi Jin at this multinational feature table. Just shows you some people not rating that big slick ace king suited as much as we do, Noel.
Well, I'm not quite sure if GTO Wizard is going to say, is going to tell you the full one of the top five starting hands, but again, it is still early. And that's been the nature here so far, right, Rich Cooper? There's a lot of three betting, four betting going on, applying early pressure. There is no ICM pressure at this point.
That's it, Noel. So I am surprised that he did lay that one down. One would think, run the equity there. Late reg is still open. 3 days in the tournament. Chances are you're going to double up anyway, and then you're sitting in a great position with two starting stacks. So I don't know. Let's see how it plays out for him.
A little sus on that one, if I may use the term used by the new generation now.
Say that again.
And I believe that is a call, a sus. Yeah, there is a call here coming from Peng Yang, who's practically in every hand that we've had so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And while action turn here for Yu Tang Perrin with the beautiful kicker at that. So check mark now to Mr. Yu Tang, who checks it over to Peng. And we see Peng not afraid to check back. And unfortunately
Right,
for him,
he has given up because he did try to chase that initial gut shot and had showdown value on the river, but the ace six or the ace queen able to hold there. So far, our chip count, Yohei Makino of Japan has doubled that starting stack already, Rich.
absolutely great showing by that gentleman. And that's exactly what I was saying, Noel. The ace king we saw previously, the importance of getting a big stack early on, so important. And so I think you just have to take that equity, no matter how fine that line may be.
Of course, you've had your fair share of poker tournaments coming into, especially now here in Delhi. This could be the last bus before advancing number two. What is your mindset coming into being the last flight of the day one?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a little bit of added pressure, on these guys knowing that they don't have as much time as, if they were to be playing day 1A or day 1B. And then looking at some of the stack sizes that have already qualified, has to be intimidating as well. I mean, we've got the 2022 WSOP main event winner, Espen Jorstad. I think he qualified
Mm-hmm.
with 240K. So almost five starting stacks. So, the pressure's definitely on these lads. And that's why I'm saying it's all about a big stack. If you're going to go through with peanuts, it's almost pointless.
Well, you can also have an option of best stack forward if in case there was another entry point number two. I'm not quite sure if that's applicable to the WPT Korea main event where you make one more re-entry at the start of day. We've seen that in other tournaments before.
Seen that before. I do like that structure. I just believe that in this structure for WPT Korean, it's not the same. So that one qualifying stack is all you get.
Well, that is quite interesting, and that will play into the strategy of these players as uh, Kun Zhao was able to take that down with the pocket nines uncontested without seeing any of the community cards. So we're in this for the long haul for day 1C, and we are going to be sharing this entire stream with everybody watching us here at the Landing Casino in Jeju, Korea. Again, the blinds are 200, 400 at this point. And one is Yu Yan Hong. I'm going to try to say it correctly because the last name of the Chinese players are usually placed in front. So I'm going to assume that Peng Yang, who has just raised it with Trey Deuce from way, way out here. What do you make of this one, Rich?
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
pretty
We've
much it.
seen
Yeah.
a couple of a couple of things over these past few days, Noel. So that's why I'm actually not so surprised. And how's that for a flop there? Jack 9-7 with the two clubs sees Peng actually improve quite nicely.
He's flopped a baby flush draw. He's going to bet it out too. Enough to get the job done. So Peng Yang with the aggressive move gets him it pays off for him for the moment at least. Hey Makino of Japan continues to be the chip leader here. There is already a 400 BB ante at this point. And I of his name is Peng Yang instead of Peng Yang. So we'll try to adjust the pronunciation as we go along here. WPT. This time under the gravitating hand. Yang. Looks like he's picked up a customer in our chair, Yohei Makino. Also a call coming from Yu Yan Hong, who could have been raising in that spot. Instead, the flop comes 10-5-4. And the only one with the hit is Makino, who has now opted to check it. Now a six of spades comes out on the turn. Makino might start feeling it could be ahead. Now it's a one card straight. Makino does get the check mark. And he is in position in this one. So far, it's been a bunch of checking from everybody. And Makino is also going to check behind. He does have showdown value. And he will take down a pot. Well, at least you and Peng have been able to, they had hands that should have been in there. So Makino now rises to 104,000 in chips. Again, the starting stack of 50,000. Registration is still open once again for those of you who are in the area or for those who actually bust out in the early goings here of this current level. So folded around to Yu Tang Hu, who has from the cutoff position with Queen Jack. Pang Yang starting to look like a maniac here. getting involved in all of the hands in this current orbit. Looks like getting into and this one sort of lost the connection there for a few moments. Under the gun now. Zhao raising with King 10 offsuit. So Zhao Kun, gentleman from China. And again, Peng Yang or Peng Yang has made the call now with Jack 10. He's in the hand again. Made the call from the small blind. That's going to drag Zhu Yue into the pot on the flop of Queen, Ace, and 9. So we have a gut shot straight draw for two gentlemen here. Has been checked to the initial raiser, who is going to check his option as well, taking the free card. Deuce of Hearts comes on the turn. Zhao is actually still ahead by virtue of King High. He doesn't know that. And nothing arrives for anyone. As we get to see the gentleman from Japan still on top of the leaderboard here at our featured table of WPT Korea from Jeju Island. We got 5 gentlemen from China at this featured table at the moment. Su Yue, we have Zhao Kun, the Jin Chi, along with Yu Yan Hong, Yang Peng, and Hu Yu Tang is actually from Taiwan or Chinese Taipei, depends on who you talk to. Pocket threes making a raise from the hijack here for Yu Yan Hong. Gets 2 callers to come along here. All have position on him. Jin Chi and the Yang Peng are in there as well on this flop of Ace, King, 10, 2 diamonds. And the simple continuation bet from Yu gets it done. Showing these kids how it's done. Again, still in the early goings here of our continuing coverage of WPT Korea. Day 1C of the main event. Time that they'll be sitting at the featured table They've seen how it works in real life, but now they're getting a chance to experience this as we have a heads-up battle going on here between Yang Jae Yun or Yang Jae Jun, who's going to let it go. So again, the aggression paying off. This time coming from Suyue, who's now climbed to number 3 in chips at the moment. Not a very talky table, by the way. That is the chip leader to the left of your screens, Yohei Makino. 12th hand of this featured table with the blind still at 200, 400 with a 400 BB ante. So it's in play as early as the early levels. Talking about the BB ante. Zhu Yue has raised it up. So we do have a bunch of speculations for those who have joined this hand. Actually, it's going to be heads up Kun. Call it with 9-7. He has flopped himself a gut shot. Jack high still ahead at this point. That bet of 1,300 is going to be met with a call coming from Zhao on the button. Looking for
Completing his straight.
So welcome back, Rich Cooper. My connection is a little bit funky at the moment, and that's a bad card because that 8 now also gives Suyue a hit.
Yeah, absolutely dangerous card for Mr. Yue in that 8. So let's see how he does respond now to Kun Zhao's bet of 3.8k. Rather large, around about half pot. So a lot of pressure now on that middle pair of you.
Just making the call, though. So we're going to stick with a graphic. I'm not going to try to rearrange the names anymore. So it is a 4th heart on the board, though. So Yue Zhu decides to check, and there is a showdown value here for Kun Zhao. He's going to take down this pretty good pot here of 7,100, Rich.
Yeah, nice pot there for the button player, Kun Zhu. Obviously, quite a scary run out there when that 4th heart comes on the river. However, sticking it out and getting it through there. Short stack at the table at the moment. Jun Yang, 65 bigs. All that remain for him. So definitely some time for him to either split it up or stick it in and get another rebuy going. Of course, we're always welcome to further donations to that prize pool.
Right, and that prize pool, of course, has now hit the guarantee. Once again, the buy into this event, 2.8 million Korean won. We're in the avenue for about 2,000 US dollars. You
That's
did
it.
say
Certainly
Espen
no small
Yorstad
money.
is the chip leader. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Espen Yorstad day 1A qualified through as, I believe, the chip leader or second off the chip lead, 241k in his stack.
Well, Peng Yang has not been bashful from firing from all angles in this one. He's raised it again with 9-6, and I'm surprised that Young Jae Jun is just making a call from the dealer button. That's usually a 3-bet spot with Ace Queen.
Yeah, that is definitely a strange play there by Jeju. Obviously, only holding half a starting stack and up against 2 bigger stacks. Maybe just a little bit wary. Doesn't want to inflate the pot unnecessarily. But wow, certainly now with the ace on the
Yeah,
turn, Must be feeling a little bit happy about life.
Well, he might have to start inflating the pot, as you used that word, Rich. He's not doing too well in terms of his stack.
Yeah, for sure he needs to get some money in here one way or another.
Let's see if Yang, well, he's not interested anymore. I thought he was going to turn his hand into a bluff. And Kun Zhao is also going to get out of there. So Yang Jae-jun gets it.
Yeah, that's the danger of just waiting for that ace to peel off, trying to extract value on a turn like that when your opponents aren't holding an ace. Very, very difficult indeed.
He has to make some moves, being at the bottom of the rung, so to speak, at the moment here in this featured table. And day 1C of WPT Korea. It's always a thrill to be part of any World Poker Tour in this beautiful, beautiful place that we have here.
Yeah, absolutely. WPT, always a great showing, all of their festivals, no matter the destination, but Korea, an exceptional one at that. The artwork, the people, the culture, absolutely great and an awesome experience all around.
So this is actually a raised pot by Kunja. We don't know what he's got at the moment, but we do see two pair ready for you. Yan Hong goes check, check. Now the club's on the turn. That's the third club on the board, and now Yu is gonna see where his pair of deuces are in this hand. Get enough to make his opponent fold.
Yeah, Mystery Man Kun Zhao keeping us in anticipation through that one, but snap fold. Probably one can just deduce that he was holding nothing much more than a couple of rags.
And again, I
And
made a
yeah, no,
point earlier, I believe, while you were having your when you were away a bit, Rich, that some for some of these players, it is the first time that they're actually going to be in a featured table with all the cameras, all the lights. Does that change the dynamic of how they approach the game? Are they going to be a little bit more cautious, or are they showing off to their friends who they know they're watching them on live stream?
yeah, it depends, I guess, on the individual. I myself hate being on feature table. I always find myself playing differently in some way or another. So let's see how these gents do size up. But I can tell you, Noel, yesterday and the day before, we saw absolute fireworks at this feature table, and a couple of those hands were definitely for the mates.
Well, it is absolute fireworks between two players at least, and this pot has Feng Yang has raised it, and he gets a call, and no chasing of the gut shot here for Chi Jin. Are you surprised about that?
Yeah, a little bit surprising there, just because he is holding the club as well. So maybe we just need to peel one there and see the turn. Obviously, can give up on the turn. Conservative play though so
Not
far here at the feature table.
right, right. Usually you don't fold to one bet when you have an opportunity to take it down on the turn, but again, it's still in the early goings. No ICM pressure yet.
Exactly, Noel. And these guys, you can see they're in it for the long run. They've prepped, they've been studying, and they're ready to sit here for 10 or 12 hours and make sure they get that big stack going. So let's see.
Of course, we're going to bring as much of the action to you from our position, commentary position here, and it's been folded over. Oh, it's actually Kun Jao with the mystery. He's missing that spot where the cards get scanned. It's now been raised by Yutang Hu. Feng
Interesting.
Yang
So
might actually decide to come along here. Gonna have a new player come in seat number one as well. Flop has come Jack 6-5. Top pair for the initial raiser. Who's going to fire into this, Rich?
Did Kun Zhao limp in and then get raised on by the cutoff, or did he raise and get
He,
three bet by the cutoff?
he just limped in and then he got raised and he stuck around and Peng decided to say, I'm joining too.
Wow. Interesting strategy, I must say. And because he is the mystery man at the moment, we don't actually know what he's doing that with. I would love to know.
Well, he has gotten out of the way here. Peng Yang is still trying to buy that seven. And Yu Tang Hu's not going to have any of it. He's going to make a bigger bet on this turn card of six of hearts. There are two flush draws on the board now, Rich.
Yeah, 2.5K. Very expensive for just a 7 null. So good lay down there by Peng.
Yeah, Peng has been the most active at this featured table at the moment. I mean, if we get, well, look at that. From the PFR percentage alone, you know he's been in there. But of course, the VPIP is going to, he's probably, got about 60% VPIP at this point.
Absolutely. Judging over the last few hands at least, he's definitely not afraid of action. And to be honest, Noel, I love these guys because you know they're always going to be fireworks at this feature when somebody like him is involved.
Again, that's why I brought up the being in the P table and as opposed to being in the outer tables because you know your friends are watching, you know your family is watching, might try to put on a show. And for some of these players, they're actually performers, and they've been given a pretty big stage.
Absolutely. Those lights are bright. The stage is big, so definitely not as a feed for the faint hearted, as they would say.
Just a limp here from Punjab. I'm surprised that the Peng Yang actually folded. So Ping Lin in the cutoff has actually made a raise, and again a mystery hand. So yeah, there you go. The dealer says, "Let's look at it." Now we look at it. We're saying, "Okay, we got a show going on here, but it is gonna be a short show here for Ping Lin because Kun Zhao has just checked top pair with a queen kicker to a raiser who's got eight high."
I like how you said that to a razor who's got 8 high.
And he is continuing in this hand too. He is put in more chips. Kun Zhao is just gonna drag him along for the ride right now. He has made
Kun
the
Zhao
raise
knows
though.
his
It is
opponent.
raised. And Ping Lin says, "Just kidding."
JK.
Lots of movement so far. I mean, we've not had any walks, if that's any indication of how this table is playing out. And five gentlemen from China also very, very active here. That guy on your screen right now is actually an American, Korean, by the name of Yang Jun. So again, you know, it's actually quite comical, if you will, Rich, that the players from Korea are not allowed to play in Korea. So if you are sporting a Korean name, you're probably of another nationality.
Yeah, it is a crazy, ain't it? And it just shows you these borderlines that keep us all divided. They appear. I, for one, vote for a world with no passports where we can play where we want to play at any stage.
Of course, also a world without any visas, because for some people or for some nationalities, you do need a visa to enter Korea. But here in Jeju, I believe it is visa free, at least for Filipinos.
Visa free for most people, and I can tell you if it's visa free for South Africans like myself, they'll let anybody in. So
That's why this place is actually quite the destination for many poker events. Ping Lin with a pocket deuces, seeing a bunch of overcards. He does have a diamond. So does Peng Yang. He doesn't care. Even if he's got seven deuce, he's firing into it and he's going to take it down.
Peng Yang, super impressive so far. No, like we've said before, and I've said many times myself, if you don't use those chips, they're just going to be dwindling away. And before you know it, you're going to find yourself 15 big blinds and very, very short. So make it work while it counts. And that's exactly what he's doing here. So hats off to that gentleman.
Yes, it is a game, and you don't have to have cards all the time. His movement sort of reminds me of a young buck during the day. I'm not quite sure if you're. I'm pretty sure you're old enough to remember a gentleman by the name of Victor Blom
Yeah,
or
for
Isildur
sure.
One.
Yeah, of course.
He is sporting the
Definitely
Isildur
does.
look, though.
Absolutely.
Got the shades on. He's got the blonde hair, and he's got Queen Five. He has just called a raise from Yu Han Yong with Ace Jack of Spades. Chi Jin coming along for the ride in the hijack with pocket threes. It is still in the
Well,
early
after
goings.
absolutely early days here still, so maybe Peng Yang not afraid to get involved and run his equity when he can. Queen 5 suited, definitely an interesting move as a flat, but let's see how it does
Well,
work out for him. And a little bit of a family pot brewing here.
well, there was a raise put in. Finally, somebody does that, but it's a mystery hand for Yue Shu. And it's still a call, though, for Kun Zhao, who's got ace eight of diamonds. How about that? Ace Jack folding the first raise. It was a hefty raise, though.
Yeah, a lot of pot. You got to size up.
Interesting. Interesting that Ace Jack folded in the first sign of aggression. He would have had top pair. Jack seven deuce. Everyone's missed. He's holding still at this point, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting decision there pre flop, just given how aggressive and active the table is. I don't know if I would have pulled there with the ace jack, even facing a 4x raise, as it is kind of standard from out of position.
Continues to check, and now Shi Jin is going to test the waters with two pair. Is a backdoor flush draw developing for US Shu? He just has to make the call. And how about this? The threes hold. It's a double paired board, Rich.
Yeah, I didn't think I'd ever be saying this in my life, but the crabs are good.
Depends on what crabs you're talking about. I'm sure they're good here in Korea.
They're not so good here in Thailand.
How about that? Pocket threes surviving all of that carnage. And
Absolutely.
22,000. One of the biggest pots we've had so far.
Yeah, half a starting stack, so nuts there. Big money exchanging hands. So aggression seems to be a passive feature table. We seem to be lagging here a little bit, but please bear with us. We're back with the action.
Oh, okay. I thought it was my issue with the internet here.
No, I think it's
But this is such a welcome development in the world of poker broadcasting. I mean, gone are the days where we couldn't broadcast poker live. We had to drill holes in the table
yeah.
and do the commentary like a month later after all the editing was done. But now you get to experience it live. I believe this was since about 2013, 2014, when the RFID technology had taken over the poker world. And boy, it's been a game changer, Rich.
Yeah, it's such a privilege, Noel, for us to be able to sit back, relax, and watch poker from anywhere in the world at any stage and live at that. Of course, on a 30-minute delay for the security of the players, but it's such a privilege not having to wait for those WSOP reruns and being the only poker we could watch.
Well, Peng Yang got into this as a severe underdog, and he's the one betting out. He's actually got two pairs here. Let's see who floats. No one floats. Boy, Peng Yang with his best impression of Isildur 1 or Victor Blom rocking the Isildur look and rocking the Isildur moves. He is now moved up once again to 69,100 in chips. Let's talk about this kid for a moment. Peng Yang, do you see the aggression of your youth when you see him play?
Absolutely. I think, he's just got that no fear attitude and balls to the wall, if you will, as we used to say. And it really plays well in MTTs, of course, because Noel, at the end of the day, style and skill is a very, very small part of it, as we know.
Doesn't matter what you're dealt. It's what how you can play it. Peng Yang, he's come in again. Although he's going to run into aces now. Kun Zhao has made a three bet to 3,000. Let's see if Peng Yang is going to stick around. He says, okay, that's the first time I've been three bet here.
Yeah, and I think the speed of the three bit is something I would have a look at if I was Kun Zhao. It just seemed so certain there, throwing those chips into the middle with such authority. And as you know, Noel, body language always a massive factor in these features.
That's something, of course, that the online players, the online grinders, get to learn as they go along because that is the big difference between online and live is that there are no physical tells online. But in live, you're just used to like click, 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 and then suddenly you give out a tell. You have aces you raise real quick. People are going to note that.
Absolutely. It's all about those micro tells when you're playing live. So, always an interesting transition or an interesting watch when you see somebody make that transition themselves.
Zhu Yue actually folded ace jack earlier. He's just limping or just calling the raise of Peng Yang, who's firing from all over the place. A +2 raise with trade deuce of diamonds. Everybody's a little cautious against this kid.
Yeah,
And
and I see.
looks like Makino is going to try something here. He's made a three bet to 8,000, Rich.
Yeah, good move here by Makino. I do like it, just knowing his opponent and knowing he is up against a really, really aggy guy. And these flatters behind don't seem very, very strong. So putting the pressure up there always going to work out in your favor, or at least that's what I like to think.
Now, aggression frequency. We were talking about Peng Yang earlier. More than half the time, he's in there raising. But when the chip leader moves, and the chip leader is sort of getting an, a tag of being a tag right now.
Absolutely. We haven't seen much from him, and that's the problem, Noel. Like we were saying earlier, and we've said before, that big stack gets small real quick, and if you don't make them work, they will walk away and go and work for somebody else.
Surprised that Ace Jack was folded already twice by Zhu Yue on the first sign of aggression. He hasn't even raised with it.
Yeah, I just see, though, I don't know if it's characteristic of the population of the field involved here. However, ace jack, ace queen, ace king all folded with a much higher frequency than we do see in other circles. So I've been noticing this over the past few days, I must say.
Well, just a limp here from Kunjao and Ace King. Let's see if it's going to be raised. That's exactly what Yuhan Hong has done. So it is one raise and everybody's out of there as well. I'm not quite sure if you're still in the feeling out portion of this featured table. They've been here a while. Keeping it old school,
Yeah,
raising Ace King, getting everyone to fold.
simple poker is the best at the end of the day. If we only play our premiums, we shouldn't lose, right, Noel?
Well, we've seen Ace King folded earlier to a four bet, no less.
Yeah, some surprising decisions for sure.
190 entries so far here in day 1C, 165 players still in play now. Peng Yang again, this time from under the gun.
I mean, suited king. I'm surprised he didn't go all in here, Noel.
Yeah, he's been raising with marginal hands, and he's going to get a customer, though. As Chi Jin is going to join him on this flop now of 9 deuce deuce. And he continues firing. It's working out for this youngster, Rich. He's got the tempo
Yeah,
of a table captain, and the only one he's probably folding to on a big bet would be the chip leader, Yohei Makino, who's got 106,000 in chips.
yeah, that unpredictability factor always a major advantage in these early stages of the MTT. Because if the guys can't get a read on you, it's very hard for them to put you on a hand. And that's why you can keep blasting off like this. But he needs to watch out because you can see a couple of these guys keep glancing over at him, looking for tells, and just trying to see if they can read anything.
Peng Yang, of course, just to let you guys know, is one of the more active players at this table at the moment. Peng Yang actually over 90,000 in career earnings. And we have a situation here, Rich.
Yeah, we have some action going here for sure. This three bet of the church from Yan Hong will be looked up by the snowmen of Yu Tang, and we will see a flop.
Well, the
Alrighty,
eights are
Jack
still
six
holding on
five
the
there.
flop. Yeah, flop of Jack 6-5 on a rainbow board checked. And the Yu Yan Hong, and you can see he's an older gentleman amongst the youngsters here at this featured table. He's keeping it old school.
That's it. He's bringing the experience to the table, as they'd say, Noel.
Well, Yu Tang Hu is not going to fold his pocket pair to the first bet. Now the board pairs sixes. And Yu is going to slow down, checking behind. Not for long, though. He's going to try to bet for value as he rivers a king. Is Yu Tang Hu going to be stubborn enough to stick around? He won't. Great aggression shown here by Yu Tang Hu. Takes down a pot of 5,200.
Yeah, Yu Tang, who just able to smell that ace king o from a mile away. And I must say, Yan Hong played that one pretty face up, betting on the flop, checking on the turn, and then king on the river. Have to bet when you have the ace king, so no surprise that Yu Tang Hu able to get away from that one with the snowmen.
Well, Yu Yan Hong was able to get back to at least above the starting stack. Under the gun. Under the gun is folded, actually. The rule on the table is if you're not at your seat, you get auto folded.
Yeah, he was auto folded now.
Here's a change up for Peng Yang. He's just going to complete the small blind, and the U.S. Sue is going to raise him. Again, there's several schools of thought here, Rich, about completing the small blind as opposed to raising the small blind when it's folded to the small blind. And that time, Peng Yang just tried to complete, and it got taken away from him. So, are you a big fan of of the completion or the raise?
I think it's very dependent on a variety of factors, but let's speak specifically in Peng Yang's case. I think what he was trying to show was that because he's been so aggy and aggressive with everything, if he had raised blind v blind there, perhaps we would have seen it as weakness. So he thinks maybe limping in, the guy's going to see it as strength and he's going to see a free flop. So maybe that's his thinking, but not working out that time for sure.
And we did see pocket fives get folded. That's another thing. Nowadays, with the birth of GTO, you rarely see people playing these small pocket pairs in early position.
Yeah, I believe the pocket fives were folded off of a below starting stack, so probably pocket sixes and above. GTO would agree with.
Well, another hand that could have a bunch of fireworks going on. We have a raise by the chip leader, met with a three bet coming from Yu Tang Hu, and now pocket tens for US Shu. He's thinking of what to do with it.
Yeah, pocket tens always a bit of a tricky one, especially when you're facing the early position aggression at the table. Obviously, those ranges littered with aces, kings, queens, and jacks all over cards to your tens. So always a tough one here.
Well, we've seen some three bets, four bets already in the early going. So there is your four bet.
Mm.
And Makino, the initial raiser, is out of there. Now, what can Yu Tang Hu do? He started this with that three bet. Are we seeing a five bet?
Never.
No.
Really, really nicely played there by the small blind. Obviously, not repping pocket tens, trying to rep that ace king, trying to rep those scarier Broadway cards, excuse me. And very, very good result for him at the end of the day.
Tough to play pocket tens out of position on a raise re raise situation. So he did the right thing. Now he's got the button, though.
Pocket tens tough to play in position versus an
That's
unopened
true.
pot. So
The toughest pocket pairs to play usually are the jacks and the tens. Now, Makino's got the pocket fives this time, and looks like he's going to open from under the gun.
yeah, big stack, two starting stacks for Makino. It's about time that he does get involved. And to be honest, I'm surprised he hasn't been opening a lot wider. I would be opening everything here with this sort of stack and just trying to guys out because you can see the aggression definitely working here. And the main guy behind most of the aggression is Peng Yang coming along from the cutoff with the suited ace.
They can't seem to shake this kid. It's 8-8 deuce on the flop. How about the call there with ace high?
Yeah, suited ace. I mean, Peng Yang's going to the races for sure.
It's number one and number two going at it. Peng Yang, and yet he is so sticky.
What did I say, Noel? He'll go to the races with the suited ace.
How about there's a full house now for Yohei Makino? Now the question is, how much can he bet and called on this pot of 10,400? Just 2,000. Oh, man, make that 10,000. He pots it actually. Gotta pay, kid.
Easy fold here for Ping. Surely just some Hollywooding going on.
He might even consider repping that eight once again and jacking it up. I mean, it's not past his image.
This is very true, Noel. I wouldn't be surprised to see some magic here.
Well, he's up against a guy who can actually put a dent in it. He's already dented it a bit by reducing it from 9,000 to 62,000. The king, rich.
Oh, Noel? Alrighty, looks like we are back there. Sorry about that, folks.
Yeah, it looks like Pocket Five's making another appearance. And it looks like it's them again.
It looks like it's
Oh, it's the same hand.
decision
Yeah,
on
sorry, it's
Ping.
the same hand. Wow, this Hollywood is taking a while. They don't have any time bank cards at the early goings here, Rich. Unless somebody calls the
Yeah,
clock on this kid, it's going to take a while.
I'm sure when they see his hand, they are going to call the clock on him. Well, they're going to be very upset, at least afterwards.
He can't call, that's for sure.
Yeah, I have no idea what he's thinking about.
That took a while, but he does the right thing.
Surely just some Hollywooding, Noel.
Yeah.
Must be.
Well, there's another stat here that,
Surprising.
yeah, pots that went into showdown. You'd be very surprised taking down pots without anybody really, or without him showing his cards.
And that just adds a level of mystique to the player. So, always something that you, as the player, like to keep with you for as long as possible. Still early days here, 200, 400 are the blinds, with that 400 ante ever so active on the big each round. 190 entries into this day 1C main event flight. And we can tell you that this feature table so far has definitely brought some spice into our lives. And I'm sure we will be seeing a lot more here. Interesting flop.
Yes.
Ace for
Yep.
three.
Guess what? Yeah, Peng Yang is still in the hand. It looks like no, he's folded actually. Yu Tang Hu had raised from under the gun. Has got a bet on the turn. He's going to take it down, defeating the Jack 10 of the chip leader Yohei Makino. He did hit a seven turn, boy. I'm trying to study the range of Yu Tang Hu. He's a guy who's raising with marginal hands and folding back to the first bet or first raise.
Yeah, interesting strategy for sure. But seeming to like those suited connectors. So let's see how they play out for him in the long run.
Yeah, a lot of people nowadays have been. A lot of dynamics in poker have changed. You know, you're folding these small pairs. I've actually seen queens limped a lot from early position nowadays. Queens and kings limped a lot from early position nowadays, and those suited connectors are being raised from early position nowadays. It's something that I'm still trying to get used to, and I've seen it a lot though.
Yeah, absolutely. The strategy always very interesting to study and watch, and then go and try and play. And wow, wow, wee wow, Beautiful hand for Ping
Yep.
Lin here. Early position, looking down at the Cowboys.
Looks like he has made a raise to 1,000 with it. Our graphics are going to do their. Of course, those white chips are worth 1,000 each. Draws a customer here, though. The graphics are going to catch up. So we know that Ping Lin has kings. And somebody has come along for the ride with sixes. That's Yu Tang Hu.
And we should point out the blind up at the start of this hand, up to 300 and
Right.
500. So take note of that as well.
Ping Lin's made a bet that's been raised by Kun Zhao, who's got king high. Yu Tang Hu with the pocket sixes. From that big blind position. He has a perplexed look on his face here, Rich, like something's not adding up.
Either that or he's having some stomach problems, so I do hope it is the first one.
Oh, we've all experienced that. Where else?
Well, he's definitely folding as quick as someone would if they were having stomach problems. So let's watch his actions and see. Ping Lin,
Suddenly,
interesting
Ping
there,
Lin.
Noel.
Yeah, yeah. And now a bigger scare card for Ping Lin. We know he's got kings. Decides to slow down here. It's checked behind though by Kun Zhao, and boy, if the six has stuck around, it would have been a full house. Of course, that's being results orientated, as your good friend Grant Gardner would say.
Yeah, he loves that saying. And now, question is, Ping, how big does he go here? Try to extract value.
5,000 and no dice. We knew he had kings. I'm wondering where the graphic that he had kings pre-flop. That's another posture that I want to point out here, folks. Your hand over your mouth, and we've seen this a lot from players now. They put their shirt over their mouth. He's already got a face mask, and he's still putting his hand over his. Is that a tell or a reverse tell?
Yeah, I think it's a tell, no. I don't think that's a reverse tell, to be honest. It looked way too natural. However, I am no NLP practitioner.
Well, Ping Lin, now we get to see his cards. It has been folded now to Mr. Aggression. Peng Yang raising it once again with Jack 9. So far, no one's
Victor
had
Blom.
anything to call him with. Two. Yeah, we have yet to update that graphic to the right of your screens. It's been at that. It's been at that for a while. 190 entries so far here in day 1C, the main event of WPT Korea. Noel Zarate, along with Rich Cooper. Hope you're having fun as much as we've been having fun seeing all the action that has unfolded here so far.
Absolutely. A lot of action already that we have seen. However, a lot more to come. And one of those gentlemen who will decide that is Peng Yang, ace 10-0 now, raising it up. An interesting sizing he has gone for.
Yeah, that is a 5x raise, or 3x raise, excuse me. When everybody's just been min raising, and he's going to drag a customer in. Ping Lin, who's now second in chips, or in that area. How about flopping the nuts for Peng Yang?
Well, when you're running good, as they say, Noel.
He's been aggressive and now he's being rewarded flopping the nut Broadway straight. Ping Lin's still in there though with a mystery hand. Action killer for Peng would be another spade, and that's exactly what happens on the turn, Rich.
That's it. Absolutely. The danger of passive play just allows your opponent to catch.
Now he's still firing though, not perturbed by the presence of a third spade. Bet to 5.3 thousand. It would raise alarm bells if Ping Lin is still sticking around despite the two barrels already. At a brick on the river. It's gone check call, check call. The moment Peng
Seven.
Yang has the nuts, we're not sure if he's got the nuts right now because of that third spade. Here is another barrel, this time on the river. And Ping Lin is not folded yet.
Wow, big bet.
Yeah,
16K
he
into
potted it.
17K.
And the fold, massive extraction there. Peng Yang now moving up to second place in chips with 73,000. Ping Lin, wonder what he had that kept him around all the way until the river when he decided to muck.
Yeah, maybe pocket pair.
Maybe like a hand like ace queen or something like that.
Two
Not quite
pair.
sure. Yeah, well, not sure if two pair would have called there though.
Interesting. Would have liked to have seen. The thing is, no, I don't want to hazard any guess here, as we have seen the
Right.
play is so unpredictable.
Well, the one constant at this featured table, Rich, you and I will agree, has been Peng Yang. There he goes again.
Absolutely. Five deuce. Get it in there, son.
Yeah, they might even get US shoe to fold King Queen. It is in the early goings, early position. Again, no time bank cards in the early goings. Looks like a 3-bet coming. 4.2, 4,200. He's going to test the kid. Look at that, even ace 8 folding to that because of the 3-bet, and eventually it is released by Peng Yang. So every now and then somebody spanks him, but he continues to run wild. We have had an update on that graphic now. The field has 218 entries here in J1C. 187 remaining. Folded now to the shortest stack at the table, Yang Jae Jun. announces a raise. He's got 26,000. And the call coming from the chip leader, Yohei Makino, gentleman from Japan. It's actually a three bet by Yohei Makino. And Peng Yang looking over at the stack of the initial raiser, who has the short stack. Ace-7 of clubs for Peng Yang. Lets it go. Now the question is, does Jun continue after the initial raise? He will not. So again, the image of Yohei Makino allowing that three bet to take the pot down. Those are the seeding positions right now. Again, 5 players from China. We have the chip leader from Japan, 1 player from Chinese Taipei, and 1 American with a Korean name. Be
American
back, Rich.
Korean.
There you go.
Oh yeah, I've always been here. I've always been here. I've just been listening to you. I must say, I really like your voice, Noel. So I could sit here all
Oh,
day and
thank you.
listen to you.
Uh, I wish I had your accent. It would sound sexier.
Some people think that, and some people think not. So I'm the latter. Alrighty, Korean superstar here, June, has been a little bit quiet. Half a starting stack, all that he does have. So he does make that lay down there, deciding to keep hold of his stack, make some conservation plays. King Queen O, though, for you, good enough to get some chips in the middle there, and of course, Peng Yang
Of
will
course.
VPIP.
The one constant at the table. Does the VPIP work? For now, it does because he's flop bottom pair. Goes check, check. Turn cards the deuce. And the Peng's going to check the waters here. Just the 2 overs. And Peng Yang is on a rampage, Rich.
Wow. I really, really like the way that he's playing, Noel. He knows when to be aggressive, knows when to back off. Haven't seen him, despite the aggression, we haven't seen him stub his nose at all, which just shows this is not uneducated aggression. This is all planned.
He's gotten the feel of this table. And now he's at the most dangerous spot. He's got the button in front of him as well.
Yeah, judging by the
Yang
hands
is,
he's chosen
yeah,
to open with, Noel, I'm not sure whether he considers the button as much as others do. So let's see how he does react.
Makino mixing it up right now. He's raised from early with Queen Amons. Of course, Peng Yang is going to be a pest.
Very, very quick 3-bet there with the suited connectors on the button. I do like it, Noel. I can't say anything wrong about that.
Well, he still has Yohei Makino sticking around. How about this? He's actually made a hit here. And he is going to continue.
He'll go all in, Noel. Bottom good enough for Peng.
Amazing. Also, notice another thing about the physical tells is that his left hand has not been used at all. It has been connected to his neck.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that is by design or just by the way that he's feeling at the moment. But whatever it is, I might start doing that and hopefully getting the
I
results
rem-
that he's getting.
yeah, I remember the young lady Jia Li Ojiang when she won in the super high roller. She never used her left hand either; it was always connected to her head. So again, these are little physical tells that some of the players take note of. Not quite sure what it means, but he's the only one who's just using one arm. Notice that everybody's using two hands. I mean, they're one's on the rail, and then they sort of peek at their cards. But look at that left hand; it's connected to his neck. I'm not sure what that means.
I'm not sure if he's got a hickey or something, and his mom might be watching the stream.
That would be a problem that you and Grant would be having roaming the streets of Thailand.
Don't say that. My missus
Uh,
is watching this stream.
no, I mean because you're with Grant. I mean, it's not going to be your fault. It's Grant's, but
Yeah,
we
yeah. I'm
finally
just the
see some
wingman.
movement from that left hand. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Open ender for you USU.
Yeah,
See
very
if he
nice
bets
flop
on the
here
come
for
here.
Mr. Yu. Of course,
Hmm.
he is up against Wildman Peng. So Peng very quick to make the fold.
You've already a moniker, Wild Man Peng. No, there's no hickey.
There.
So far, it's still been controlled by the gentleman from Japan, Yohei Makino. First to three figures so far here at our featured table. Day 1C of the main event of WPT Korea. Noel Zarate with Rich Cooper talking about hickeys on the side here, aren't we, Rich?
Yeah, what an interesting side conversation that was, Noel. And that's what we can promise you is excitement on and off the table. So please join us for all of the days that we will be live streaming up until around about the 2nd of next month. So bringing all of
Yeah,
you at home this
you've
live
had your
coverage.
right, you've had your hands full with Mr. Bob Guerrero, one of the most excitable men in all of sports broadcasting. Hold that thought as Chi Jin finally wakes up with the first legit hand we've seen in like a few orbits. Queens just calling here. That's what I was telling you about earlier, Rich.
Very interesting decision here just to limp in here with the ladies. Of course, feeling very cool, feeling like the big pimpin' Jay-Z himself. However, no, limping in with the ladies just allows those dirty cowboys to come in and ruin your show. And
Mhm.
as I said, Cowboy 8-4 now big trouble, the ladies of Chi.
How about Peng Yang, who's flopped the two bottom pairs, and Yang Jae Jun has flopped the two top pairs, and there's a pocket pair in between them, a big pocket pair. This could be fireworks here, my friend.
Absolutely. Chi, very unfortunate, and one would say big mistake pre-flop to allow the King 8-0 and Ace 8, excuse me, 8-4 into this one. And yeah, some carnage here. Middle, bottom, top, middle. Somebody's going in, somebody's going home.
I did hear once that queens are now being played like pocket deuces. They're a little bit more careful about that. And look at what happened. Queens had to fold. And Peng Yang is thinking that he has his opponent on a noose, where it's the other way around, Rich.
Absolutely. Peng about to hang himself.
Unless a four comes out on the river, and there are two fours remaining in the deck. Does it happen? It will not. The check mark goes over to Yang Jae-jun. This is his opportunity to double up. He's at SPR1 right now, Rich. Oh,
And there we
wow.
go. And certainly no full double up incoming for Jae Jun.
Well,
Certainly must
he's
sniff this one
he's
out.
thinking about yeah, he's thinking about two things that have happened on the river. A straight got there and a flush got there. But I'm pretty sure you built this pot up to take it down on the river. You must make this call.
Yeah, absolutely, Noel. This is actually a dream situation for him after flopping two pair and so disguised. So he should be snapping here. I'm not sure what he's waiting for, especially versus Ping.
Is he putting his opponent on a hand like King Jack? Did he stick around long enough to buy that gut shot? These are the things that are going into his head. Remember, it's for all his chips.
Yeah, but surely, I mean, what else did he want from this pot when he flopped two pair?
He does not have the nuts, that's for sure.
Doesn't have the nuts, but late reg still open. If he folds now, he's down to like 32 bigs.
He is still thinking about every possibility. Again, let's lay it down for you. A flush, a runner flush was made on the river. That's there. A straight happened on the river. That's there. His opponent could have been with King Jack the whole time because he's been the one firing. He's just been the one responding. Peng Yang was the one firing. No way. He was that close to folding. Now he's reconsidering it again. He's considering folding this. He is. He's. Oh! What just happened there?
Yeah, I don't. Tough spot.
Yeah,
But
sometimes
I do.
you convince yourself you're beat.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened there, Noel, to be honest. I think he got in his head too much. At first, it looked like he was going to make the call. Then he started doing those calculations and didn't like something that he calculated and ended up making called there, one would say.
Wow. I mean, he did his best. I mean, he was check calling, check calling. He was building the pot up nicely. When it got to SPR1, suddenly he was facing a shove, and he let the monsters out of the closet, so to speak. There, Rich.
Yeah, it is a bit strange, Noel, especially because all of us at home thought that he was building the pot purposefully. So when the guy, and an aggressive guy at that, the most aggressive guy, Mr. Peng, puts it in, certainly you should be licking your lips and saying all in.
Yeah, that's a case of letting all of the demons in your head rule your decision making. Look at this pot right now. It's just limp, limp. Somebody finally three bets here. That's a Kunjao with a king queen, and there ace jack into the muck again. I mean, it is hard to play it out of position. Looks like he's gonna finally stand up and try to play his queen 10. He has outflopped. No, he has not outflopped. He has hit a 10. He's got a problem here because Kun Zhao has a king queen top pair and a queen kicker. And the U.S. shoe is not going to fold to the first bet. He does have a hit. Little does he know if a queen comes out, he's going to be in trouble. Jack comes out. That completes a straight. That also gives U.S. shoe an open ender. They both have an open ender now. The hand has improved for both gentlemen. And he's not going to pursue it, though. Interesting line taken there again by U.S. shoe. He stuck around, and then when he hit the open ender, he just released there, Rich.
Yeah, very, very surprising few hands of poker here, Noel, I must say. These gentlemen exercising some extreme caution, it seems like it.
Feels like we're at the money bubble the way they've been, just laying down. Of course, we are far from it.
Absolutely. And like we've seen, these guys, some of them at least, and I'm talking about Peng, using that aggression to his full advantage, and one would think he will be the one at the top at the end of the day if he carries on.
Unless he steps on a landmine with the way he's been playing.
That's it. But he does know when to get out of there. That's for sure. And somebody who's not getting out of there anytime soon is Mr. Kun, looking down at the fish hooks. We'll open this one up from the hijack. But unfortunately for him, fortunately, unfortunately, as I like to
I
say,
Yeah,
no action.
yeah. Well, again, look at the cumulative winnings. No surprise how Peng Yang's been too far here with the way he's been playing. Again, pocket jacks. Let's talk about pocket jacks for a moment. It's great to raise with, but the moment you see a flop and you see one over card, you're probably thinking that it's already automatically beat. One of the hardest pocket pairs to play.
Absolutely, no. Definitely always tricky in any position. It's just a case of damage control.
Well, the blinds are at 300, 500, 500 BB ante.
Oh, yeah. Long blind structure just allows these guys to maneuver those bigger stacks a lot more effectively. But at the moment, Noel, nobody except for Peng.
Comes in for 5,000. Is it 2,000? He needs change. Ping says don't bother.
Big bet.
Well, Yang Jae-jun has to start rebuilding. I'm still trying to get over that fold with top two pair. Well, with two pair facing an all in on the river. Yeah, many things got there, but I don't know. I'm not in his seat right now. Neither of us are in his seat right now. Richie must have seen something that made him fear the shove coming from the gentleman from China.
Yeah, not only that, but it is also easy for us to make these decisions when we're at home and can see all of the cards. And of course, the most important factor, it isn't my 2000 US dollars that I'm calling off.
That's right. That's right. That is 100% correct. Here he comes again.
Yeah, any two for Peng G here by the gentleman. And I think Noel now would be a mistake for him to slow down. He just needs to keep on firing. And it seems to be working. And finally, Kino, the table chip leader, very, very quiet, tries to make an entry with the suited connectors here. And we'll raise things up around 3x.
How about the call from Peng Yang? The adventure
I mean,
continues for the young man from China. he, he outflops him, although Makino's got an open-ended straight draw.
but it's so funny. Peng calls pre-flopped as if he has ace king or something super strong, and then just manages to find it on the flop with absolute
Oh,
nothing. And oh
how
my
about trip?
goodness, no.
This
Well, as
guy's
they
got a
say, when
magic
it's your
wand.
tournament, it's your
Yeah.
tournament.
Does Makino buy one more street here?
Absolutely.
Oh, he's raised it.
Monster draw for Makino. Peng Yang in a tough spot now. Wet board.
Wow. This is an unfortunate time for this to happen for Makino. He has pumped it up to 20,000. Those pink chips are worth 5,000 each. That looks to be a re-raise.
Oh my
And
goodness.
an
All in
all-in.
and snap
And a
call.
call.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
No. We are off to the
Makino had
races
enough.
here.
Yeah. Makino had enough of the shenanigans of the young man, and he's now. Oh,
Oh
he's going
my
to hit it on the
goodness.
river.
He hits it.
Oh, and Peng Yang, who was so close to taking complete control of this table, is out.
Wow. Peng.
And
GG,
everybody's
sir.
smiling now. Wow.
Wow.
What a bold move for Yohei Makino. And Peng Yang had better run over to registration real quick. Thumbs up from everybody. He had just acquired that orange juice, too.
What a legend. Well, no, I'm pretty speechless. First thing I want to say is please, Ping, go and
So are they.
re-register and come straight back to the feature table because you were very
Please.
entertaining to watch. And number two, wow, dealer feeling rather spicy there with that run out. And now Makino, as we were criticizing him before, I feel a little bit bad. You know, I kept saying not getting involved, wasting away that chip stack, but just like that, he's up to around about 200K. So now sitting on about
Yeah.
four starting stacks.
Everybody at this table is still stunned. They're replaying the hand in their head. So are we. I mean, it's a jaw dropping all in against trips and then hitting the straight on the river. I mean, I'm not quite sure if Makino is clairvoyant or he's just really fed up by being pushed around by the kid and he's out. Look at that
Well,
stack.
it was a four bet all in, right?
I believe it was.
Yeah, crazy.
On a draw, no less. Amazing. 223 entries now, 179 remaining. Let's even be at 224, and we hope to see the gentleman from China back. And right now, we do have a situation where we have three to this flop of 7-7 Shrey Rainbow. And Yu Han Hong with a mystery hand is the one leading out here, Rich.
Yeah, interesting decision. I guess 773. Good for the range of the cutoff and not favoring the blind or early positions range much. However, the King 10 not going anywhere.
Yeah, it was a check raised, and now we have an eight of hearts on the turn. And Yu Han Hong is not stopping. And he's going to take it down. How about that strategy of the check raise, got called, and then he opens again? or he leads out again.
Interesting. Interesting. I wonder what he had.
We don't know, but he's the only one who can probably know about that. I was just looking at the stack of Yohei Makino, up to 193,000. That's a day two stack
It,
right there.
literally. I think you should just stand up and go home at this stage, Noel. Work is
Yeah,
done.
order some of the great cuisine at the Landing Casino. Are you
Absolutely.
into
Five
Korean
star
food as well,
facilities.
Rich? Yeah, are you into Korean food as well?
Yeah, one of my favorites are the kimchi variety. So love
Ah,
anything kimchi.
I'm a bibimbap guy actually.
Bibimbap.
Bibimbap, there you go. Obviously, I don't eat it much. I just like how it tastes when I get the opportunity. Yeah, called me there
are you are
at a
you a
restaurant.
spicy guy or
Oh,
not?
oh, absolutely. I mean, I believe in Thailand, where you're from, that is some of the best cuisine in the world. We've seen Ace Jack into the muck once again. Not quite sure what's
Yeah, we were
happening with our
saying that
graphics
earlier.
right now.
Guessing game
Oh,
for
Ace
us.
Jack's still around. Somebody's got to fix the card reader of Ping Lin.
Yeah,
Pocket
seems to have a
eights,
bit of an
Ace
issue
Jack.
there.
Kun Jao again with the pocket eights, folding to the first bet. Remember, he limped queens earlier. Or hold on, that was Ace Jack. Excuse me, my. Now the Ace Jack is probably wondering, I mean, I should have taken one straight, but that's being results orientated.
Yeah,
4,000.
but I still think the ace jack could have taken one street there at least.
Too much heat. Ping Lin taking down another pot here. This time of 7,100
Yeah, J June.
along the
After
middling stake.
that
Mm-hmm.
disaster hand, 17K, all that he finds himself with. So you can see he's been a little bit quiet since then, but now is the time for him to chip up. He can't lay off of that pedal even for a second and lose any more chips or any more leverage.
Did try to play a raised pot earlier, ended up folding. Off to hand number 45 we go. We have one vacant seat here at our featured table. Let's see if they bring in someone from some of the outer tables. It's quite bustling out there as well.
Yeah, full turnout for this day 1C as well as the other events happening concurrently with this one.
Mystery hand once again for Yu Han Hong. Ping Lin is going to call 1,100. We do see the cards here of US Shu. He's on the button. He decides to join the action. And young Jun seeing a lot of dead money in front of him here, Rich.
He's going to go for it, I think.
Or did he just make the call? Or did he three bet this? He just calls.
Oh,
Interesting. Really
very
interesting
interesting.
now. Well, he's
Oh,
interested now. Time to
I mean, I
build
guess
another
he's all
pot.
in.
Well,
He's
not
all
right
in if
now
anybody
though. He
else
still
puts the
has,
pressure.
yeah, he's got 16,000 behind. Everybody's checked though. Didn't work. He's going to have to build it on another street. A king comes off, which could be trouble here for US Shu. We still don't know what the other two gentlemen have. And interesting again that Yang Jae-jun did not fire at this. It is Hu Yan Hong who leads out for 3,000. US Shu finally gets a hit, and he's in there as well. Now's your chance, Mr. Yang Jae-jun. Just making the call. There are two flush draws on this board. That's not an action killer. I'm still trying to. There's King Four. Two pairs gonna take it down, and the Yang Jae is gonna lose a big chunk of his chips there again, down to 26 big blinds. Weird line taken, but it might have saved him some chips there, Rich.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree completely with that line. I think that Ace Jack needed a little bit more protection there. Very, very wet board. And he just allowed his opponents
It
to
should have
catch
happened.
up potentially.
Right. Should have happened pre-flop. Actually, was a raise call, and he just called. When it was there was a lot of dead money. That was a squeeze spot that he missed.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we are not reading the cards here of Yu Han Hong, but he has come in once again. Sort of miss Peng Yang already.
I was just thinking the same thing.
It was different when he was in there. There was action all the time. Now goes check check. Yohei Makino, the chip leader, is in there. The board is now paired nines, and that's the cue for Yu Han Hong to fire at this. You know, for Yu Han Hong, to his credit, he's just playing straight up. Yu Han Hong is now second in chips.
Yeah,
And
managing to stack
I'm
those chips up
actually
quite nicely.
right. I'm actually quite entertained with the decision making of some of the players that we've had here. Most especially the Korean American, Mr. Yang.
Jae-jun.
Yeah, Yang
Yang
Jae-jun.
Jae-jun. Yeah, certainly quite some interesting calls coming out of his corner. And you can see the toll that it does take on your stack following the line that he has followed. And I do hope for him that he does find some success here because he's navigating a very, very short stack, as you can see.
Well, Chi Jin has changed it up. Earlier, he limped in Queens. Yu Tang Hu in the big blind. Finally, we do get to see Yu Han Hong's hand. There's a call in the small blind from Yohei Makino with the pocket fives. And from the three bet he had called in the small blind, that's going to raise some alarm bells from Yu Han Hong, who just decides to make the call. He's in the sandwich though. Flop is ace seven tray. Yu Han Hong has outflopped the pocket pairs here, Rich.
Yeah, Chi-Jin, unfortunate here for the Jacks, as we were saying earlier. Anytime you see an ace roll off there on the flop, always in tough waters.
Especially facing a check call. Turn card's a deuce of spades. Second spade on the board. Straight might have gotten there, but that's of course not in the range of Mr. Chi Jin. It goes check, check. And now time to get a value bet in. It's a very ragged board. Of course, 4-5 is in the equation, but probably not in this hand. Chi Jin just can't catch anything with his pocket pairs right now, and he's facing a bet of 4,000. He's got 54,000 behind.
Yeah, big pot here, Noel. Definitely not one that's easy to give up. However, that ace
Yeah,
staring him
yeah, he's
directly in
getting
the
a
face. But
great. Uh, he was getting a great price to call there, 4,000 to win a pot of 24. Instead, it goes to the ledger of the gentleman from China, Yu Han Hong. And boy, Chi Jin limped queens, folded them on the flop. Now has his jacks go to showdown and lose. He just can't catch a break.
yeah, he definitely can't. And it's very unfortunate there. Those jacks never an even play. And Cheechin now down to just around a starting stack, 100
Hmm.
BBs.
Still have the same cast of characters that started this day here at this featured table. Again, as of that graphic, 223 and so far here in day 1C as the blinds are 300, 500, 500 BB ante. Noel Zarate working with Rich Cooper. And we are, of course, bringing you the action here from the action coming to you from the Landing Casino in Jeju, Korea.
And here we go. Jay June deciding to get involved here with that short stack, 22 bigs. And we'll
He is
raise it up here
crushed
with
by
the
the
ace
call here.
7.
Yep. Six, deuce, queen. Jay June might still think he has the best hand. Well, the inferior hand bet himself into taking down a 2,000 pot. I
Interesting
can't
decision.
find him
And what a
on our database. I can't find Yang Jay June on our database here, Rich. I don't know if you found him.
no, I think he's playing under a different name because I had a
Could
look
be.
earlier.
There is a Yang Jae Jun that shows up here that had a cash last year in the APL in Manila, the main event, 32nd. That's pretty much it. Uh oh.
Yeah, I saw that one. American Airlines here for you, looking to take flight. Short stack as well, around 50 bigs compared to the rest of the table. An interesting button
Oh,
U,
Yutang Hu with an adventurous call. Yeah.
very adventurous indeed.
And he might get into trouble here. He's got middle pair and a flush draw. How about the donk?
No, no, U was pre-flop
No,
aggressor.
sorry. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I misread the positions there. Yutang Hu is just going to make the call. And it
Oh
gets
my
there too.
goodness. Yui, obviously pre-flop aggressor, holding the American Airlines and also, most importantly, holding the ace of spades.
He does have the redraw to the nut flush. USU will continue. Let's see if Yutang Hu is going to raise him here. He's trying to look weak. Just the call. He wants his opponent to hang himself on the river, unless that river card's a spade, Rich.
Yeah, if it's a spade, big trouble here potentially for you. But Yui now, oh, in a bad
Yeah.
way. Ten of hearts, bloodshed now potentially.
Well, the pot's 12,000. I'm not quite sure if we're going to see all the chips go into the middle. But US Shu, if he does come in, he will get raised. He decides to check. How much would a good value bet be? Well, of course, with aces, he's probably snap off. He's gone to a check call line here, Rich.
Yeah, check call, or he's gonna check and try and go for it. So let's see.
Third of the pot, 4,000.
Body language,
He's at
definitely
least
not
going to
go for
call.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely not gonna try anything.
Well, for his sake, let's hope it's just a call. Again, one card straight. The seven makes a straight. A flush got there, which is exactly what Yu Tang Hu's got. And if he stuck around with Queen Jack, it also got there for the nut straight. So this is a spot where you do consider your options. But I can't see him folding aces here, can you?
Mm, it is tough, to be honest with you.
If he calls and he's wrong, he's going to be down to just a little under 20,000. He folds it.
Great fold.
What a laydown.
Great fold. The thing is, he is completely unblocking that straight. And the small bet on the river there, one third pot, doesn't look like a flush, more looks like a straight. So maybe just thinking he is beat at the end of the day.
And again, at the end of the day, aces, no matter how pretty they look, is just a pair. He's probably thinking, where did I go wrong in playing that hand? You and I both know, Rich, that you can't always win with aces, and it sucks when you have to fold them.
Folding ace is probably the most difficult thing I have to do on a daily basis. But as an online grinder, we find ourselves in
Yeah.
that position more than I'd like to admit.
I remember one of the big online tournaments, I actually had aces under the gun, min raised it, and got five callers.
Wow.
That's going to scare the living daylights out of you. Naturally, I did end up folding aces on the turn.
Yeah, because they can have anything at that stage, you know?
Right. You have the two red aces, and the board goes all spades, and you see aggression in front of you. Call one street, and then if the aggression continues, you're done with them. Never actually got to see what
Only
beat
way.
me there. Ooh, how about this? Yohei Makino, the chip leader, who starts a little bit of a try to steal, and now he's rewarded with trips on the flop. He's going to continue small, and the Chi Jin just can't catch a break now.
Wow. 97 big blinds for Chi Jin after that one. And yeah, as you said, nothing really brewing for him at all. And Jay June, short stacked and away from the table, no.
That's right. Probably ordering some food. It is 3:48 p.m. local time in Jeju, Korea. Of course, in Thailand, you're eating every 2 hours, right?
Naturally, it's just part of the culture,
You have
right?
to. I know. You have to. I miss the mango sticky rice, Rich, and you are in an area where you can just go out of your house and just get it from the street. I envy you for that. Oh, Ace
It's a
is now
bless.
making an appearance for
That's it, Kun
Kunjao.
Zhao looking down at the pocket rockets here, early position, and what a beautiful sight it is.
He just calls it though. Here we go again. Makino's going to play his king queen aggressively. Oh, how about ace king now for you, Han Hong? We could have a hand where a lot of fireworks are going to be lit. Kunjao can't call this. He has to three bet this.
Absolutely.
Little does he know that Yu Han Hong has a hand that he's going to go with regardless. Makino can get out of there. We've seen Ace King folded earlier, but that was a five bet pot. Yu Han Hong does have position. That's a limp three bet. What do you make of that line?
Yeah, very, very strange how Kun Zhao has chosen to play this one.
Two gentlemen from China, Kun Zhao and Yu Han Hong. And he's considering that he might be up against something of a monster because of the way it was played pre-flop. I mean, what cold calls a three bet here? Probably not even thinking of making a call. He is assembling chips or just counting how much he's got behind. Remember, those pink ones are worth 5,000 each. We're going to head into a break as Yuhan Hong still with a decision to make. He's gone all in and it gets called immediately by Kun Zhao. Oh, and he just shakes his head. I can't do anything about this. The good thing here for Yuhan Hong is he's going to still have some chips if he does go on to lose this. But he's going to need some kind of a miracle. Nope, no miracle on that flop. He does have a
Some hearts
backdoor flush
there.
draw. And now chopping outs for the five. Nope. So Kun Zhao
Unfortunate
is going to
there.
take the biggest hit. Yeah, he's going to take the biggest. I'll make that. Yuhan Hong is going to take the big hit there as Kun Zhao now climbs to second in chips at our featured table, and we are on break. So you got to stay with Rich and I. We'll be right back.
See ya.
Okay, a minute.
Alrighty, welcome back to
Yep,
the
we're
live
back.
feature table coverage here at the WPT Korean Festival, brought to you live from Jeju. It's me, Richard Cooper, joined by the Filipino legend himself, Mr. Noel
Oh my
Zarate, and
gosh.
it's been an absolute pleasure being here so far.
The only, the only thing I'm led a balanced diet of two max, one in each hand.
That sounds legendary to me.
So we do have a new cast of characters here at our featured table. We have Lu Di from China in seat one, and Hideaki Kishibe in seat number two. Seat number three is going to have Wang Tsun Zhao. Okay, repeat after me in seat number three. Wang Tsun Zhao. That's the way
Oh,
it's
that's a tough
pronounced.
one.
Okay, Wang Tsun Zhao. And in seat number four is Chin Hong Yu. It's Chin, not Quinn. Although it's spelled with a Q. It's Chin Hong Yu. And in seat number five is Tomoki Terashima, Japan. Seat number six, an American, Ryan Lee Bickle. Seat seven is Mo Chun Shu, also from China. In seat number eight, here's a tricky one, Ni Tsang Shen. You can just call him Ni. In seat number eight. And in seat number nine is Ma Li. So we have six players from China right now here, Rich. Two from Japan, and there's your lone American right there. No one with the 100K stack that we saw earlier.
No one with the 100K stack, Noel, but some people with the 100K sunglasses, it looks like it. Sunglass
Oh,
game, very, very
yeah.
strong.
Could mistake him for a fashion designer, actually, with the way Mr. Bickle is garbed up today. Wang Chunzhao. Chunzhao, rather. So you just call him Wang in seat number three. He's going to fold. So we'll Chin fold it over to Bickle. We're getting to know our featured table, Tsang. So that is Ni. Ni is his last name. You can just call him Ni. Oh, no, hold on. The last name is actually Tsang. So the Cang is pronounced with a th at the first. That's okay with you, Rich.
Wow. Wow. I think I'm just going to stick to the numbers for this one, Noel.
Well, that's one of the things that I'm actually quite adept with some of the international names. As we see a flop here of Ace Ace 4. Looks like the big blind was defended there by Kishebi. Got two ladies at the table. That's a refreshing change as well. Goes check, check as Tang checks behind. And now we have a double paired board, aces and fours. The queen is eight right now. Or sorry, that's ace, ace, ace. So queen 10 looking good unless an eight or a nine or a four comes out to make this a chop. And Mr. Kishebi has let out for 800. The blinds, of course, we're going to check that in just a bit. How about another call here coming from Tsang? River cards an eight, and Tsang is a genius. Sang Sheng Ni. You'd bet here with Queen High, right, Rich?
Uh, depends on the story I'm telling.
Well, Tsang's gonna at least call this one. And he does look up his opponent with Queen High. He was able to river one of his whole cards. That's the 8 for a full house. And Tsang Shengni introducing himself to our featured table. I'm sure these guys were all together in one table before they all came in here as a group. That's the way it works, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. We were changing the feature table up after every break.
So, again, two ladies at this featured table. We will get to know more about them in just a bit. And some of them I can't find on our database, though. I was able to find uh, Di Lu from China, and he's actually almost at 400,000 in career winnings. Probably the most experienced at the table. I was not able to find the American, though. Ryan Bukel in our database. Next deal comes in. Chin Hong Yu. Folded around now to the American. Ryan Bukel. Mo Chun Shu, not interested. Oh, there's Li Ma. It's Li Ma. It's not Li. Yeah, Li Ma. That's her name.
And
And
Di
the
Lu.
Aussie
A
from
lot of two
China is
syllable
Di
names.
Lu. Right. Di Lu, actually, I did get to find her in our database. She has made a raise to 1,300, and the Wang Chunjiao might actually come in for the ride here with Ace 9. Di Lu is a lady, and she is almost at 400,000 in career earnings, Rich.
That's crazy, huh? Good numbers for her.
How about top two for Di Lu? And Wang is going to be in trouble here, even if a 9 comes out. Turn cards are the 3 of spades, brings out the third spade. So Miss D is going to check. Another spade comes out. Let's see if Wang uses this. No, it goes check, check. And D Lu is going to take down this pot. Again, for D Lu, she's already had a cash. No cashes yet this year reported, though. She did have her last cash at one of the CTP tournaments in December of last year, but was a frequent visitor in 2022 during the WSOP online series. And her biggest one-day bink is 150,000 US dollars equivalent. That's an amazing run for this young lady.
Yeah, absolutely. And you love to see it. Females coming here and sticking it straight to the guys. You can see they have some chip stacks in front of them, so certainly have been doing their best in the outer tables. Now, aggression from
Well,
Terashima, King 10 suited.
yeah,
Enough to open this one up from early position.
Tomoki Terashima also introducing himself here. Folded now over to Mo Chunshu to make the check. Oh, who's going to make the call here from the +2. Interesting with 6-5 of hearts. And the fold coming from Li Ma. So Li Ma and Lu Di are the two ladies at the table, both from China. How about a call here from Wang with everybody's got some kind of suited something here, Rich.
Yeah, everybody's wanting to see a flop here, that's for sure, Noel, and wanting to see one for cheap at that. However,
Well,
big blind.
yeah, Chin's getting an incredible discount with that raised pot. Now, remember, Terashima was the initial raiser, and he looks like he's going to stick around. The flop is 7 trade deuce, 2 spades. Chin has hit the 7. And a little bit of something for everybody. A 3 on the hit here for Wang. Everybody goes check, check. 9 of diamonds on the turn. Let's see who leads out first. Initial razor opting to check on the flop. The pair of 3s of Wang is also going to check now after 4th Street has been dealt. Top pair and a 10 kicker for Chin. Checks. Terashima checks. How about the up and down straight draw here for Mr. Mo? And he's coming in. Needing an 8 or a 4 to complete a straight. 1,000 players have already entered the field here. That is the total, of course, for this main event, Rich.
Yeah, phenomenal numbers here at the WPT Korea. Everybody come through. Everybody wants a piece of that juicy prize pool in the main event. And wow, you can see these guys not going anywhere.
He's not going anywhere anymore. He's only got 21,000 behind, talking about Chin Hong Yu. And Terashima missed 2 opportunities. But now he's just going to draw. Missed some opportunity to take some aggression. So still 3-way to this river, which is the 6 of diamonds. The 7s, believe it or not, will hold for Chin Hong Yu. Again, over 1,000 entries already in the main event of WPT Korea. Now, Mo Chun Shu has missed everything. He has hit a 6 on the river. That might make him count firing. This pot is already at 15,900. And he just decides to check behind. Got to take his hand to showdown. He does have a pair of 6s. And Chin Hong Yu surviving all of that and taking down a jut of 15,900 there, Rich.
Yeah, very nice pickup there for him. If you are just joining us, blinds currently at 300 and 600 with the 600 ante. Ever so active. All of these players started with 50k. And as you can see, some of them managed to do something with that starting stack, and some of them quite stationary, and there's quite a big gap here. We saw a couple of players earlier at the previous feature table bite the dust because of unnecessary aggression. However, nobody too overly aggressive here.
Well, you're probably referring to Peng Yang, who actually got kicked out of this featured table after his trips were crushed on the river by Makino's straight. And D. Lu, not afraid to put in a raise from the hijack with ace 4, the young lady from China. And coming along for the ride here is Wang Chun Zhao. Wang Chun Zhou, I should say. That's the correct way of saying. You would just call him Joe. Can we call him Joe here, Rich?
I think it's an acceptable nickname.
Wang Chun Zhou. And how about the contemplation here to not get involved from the big blind? But Terashima is going to join. So 3-way to this pot. Terashima getting a good price to come in, and he is going to make a hit here on this board of Queen 5-4. Everybody with a hit. Di Lu is going to come in. She is the initial raiser. And Wang is going to make the call. Terashima has hit a 5. but he's seen a lot of the. He's seen the pressure. He's out of position. Turn card's a king. Could stop the action. That's also the third heart on the board. It does go check check. River card's a 9. Check mark going over to Wang. Let's see what Miss D is going to do. She still has bottom pair. And it's going to go to showdown. And Wang Chunzhou is going to take down the pot of 7,200. And Li Ma, the young lady from China, chip leader at this featured table with 86,800. Again, over 1,000 entries already combined from all the day one so far here, Rich. Successful here at WPT Korea.
Yeah, and absolutely juicing up that prize pool all of these players are. And I can tell you, I would love to be jumping into this field.
That's quite a long jump from Phuket to Jeju. But we'll take it. If you can do it, man, you deserve it. I
Quick
think it's
flight for
we're in
me.
equal, big flight, equal distance. I am in Da Nang, Vietnam, so it's going to be a big jump for me as well. Chip leader, Lima, not interested in Queen Deuce. Everybody folding so far. Over now to the button. And Chin Hong Yu is also going to make it blind versus blind. Terashima has opted to call, and Bickle now with a raising hand from the big blind. It was just completed. He decides to check his option. Bickle with the 45,900 behind. And such is the case in the early portions of a tournament where you have to ask another player to provide change for some of the chips. A7 deuce. Both have missed. Look at Terashima. Bickle's not going to fold to one bet, it appears. Turn card pairs the board. A couple of deuces. It has gone check, check. 9 on the river. Terashima pairs his 9. He's going to test the waters here against the American. And it's going to work. So, Tomoki Terashima of Japan. Let's talk about this gentleman for the moment, shall we? Just a shade over 9,000 US dollars in career winnings. And he has 5 cashes in his career, but 1 in Korea in 2022 by finishing 9th in the main event of the Ace Poker League City Series in Seoul. Looking for his first trophy here, Rich.
Yeah, he's not alone there, Noel. I'm also still hunting my first trophy, so good luck to you, sir. Good luck to
You
me
are
too.
going to get it one day. I believe you will. I have my faith in you. And
Thank you
you
very
are
much.
living, of course, your roommate being Grant Gardner for me, one of my poker idols.
Absolutely. Definitely my poker idol, number one, and an absolute beast on the
You know, what's
table.
it like? What's it like to be staying in the same place as one of the probably a very successful poker player? I mean, how much do you talk about poker every day?
Phew. I mean, if I had to guess, over 70% of our conversation is about poker.
Wow,
Yeah.
morning, noon,
We
and
we talk,
night.
yeah, I mean, we watch poker, we speak about poker, play poker, and we do everything else in between. So it's a great lifestyle.
It's, it's the stuff in between that I'm actually interested about. But let's talk about it at another
Yeah,
time.
We're gonna have to talk about that off air, unfortunately.
Well, your roommate, Grant Gardner, has already amassed, at least from our database, over 155,000 in career earnings, most of which coming in Asia. And he's already had a cash this year, finishing ninth in a no limit hold'em event in Poker Dream, Malaysia.
Oh yes, he is a experienced live player, but I definitely think he's more well renowned in the online scene.
That is true. I just like to give a big shout out to our good friend Gabriel Ruiz Barreto, who is an avid fan of Grant Gardner and of yourself too. I'm sure she's a fan of everybody who's helping her out here. Queen 10-7 on this three-way, as Gabby would put it. Top pair here for Tsang Sheng Ni. It is actually Kishebi from Japan who's opened the betting here. So what to do here for Chang? Looks like he's just going to make the call here. Remember that Mo Chun Shu has also hit this. He's got a pair of tens. So the ace eight is out of there. After it was raised, Tsang. And the 5,000 more to call for Mo. Mo Chun Shu. Mo Chun
Very
Shu
big
with over
raise here, Noel.
7,000 in career earnings. Yeah, that's right. Talk about Mo Chun Shu in just a bit.
Yeah, big decision here for
5,000 to call.
him.
Yeah. He decides to let this one go. Tsang actually did have top pair. So Tsang Shen Ni is going to take that one down. So for Tsang Shen Ni, dig this. Almost 300,000 in career earnings for this gentleman from China. And already two cashes. Well, two cashes last year. He's not had a cash in a while. His last two cashes came at the WPT Korea event in Jeju last year, in July of last year, finishing 92nd in the main event and finishing 17th in the WPT opener here in Jeju. But how about that? That's a pretty impressive resume. 292,022 US dollars in career earnings. Under the
Yeah,
gun.
I'd take that any day.
Right. Miss Dilu has passed on ace three suited from early position. It's going to be blind v blind, as you say here, Rich, as Tsang. Oh, actually, Dilu has raised from under the gun, and Tsang with the ace jack is going to call. That might drag the chip leader, Li Ma, in as well. But she won't venture with king four. So again, two individuals from China tangling in this pot of ace, queen, seven. Both have hit the ace. Tsang has checked. Dilu will lead out with her ace with a three kicker. Tsang's just going to make the call. The turn card's a queen of hearts.
No, turn card's a nine. I think
Was it a
we've
nine?
got,
There it is. It's a
yeah.
nine. Yes. Uh-oh, trouble here for Miss Lee as an ace comes on the river. Both have trips. What to do if you're Tsang?
Yeah, tough
Has
spot.
Lee put in? Yeah, it's like he's just gonna make the call of chips versus trips, and she's very surprised that the kicker does play for Mr. Tsang Shengni. Again, we did talk about this gentleman. Over 292,000. Miss Lee Do, though, one better, 397,898 in career earnings. Her first cash
Impressive.
came all the way back in 2014. She's been around.
Alrighty, so some action brewing here. My favorite hand in poker. Church.
It is.
Fortune Zo.
Why do you call it church, though, AK?
I don't know where. I think it originates from Kevin Martin, and so we
Okay.
we say we pray to the Church of the Ace King, so we call it church.
It isn't the top five in terms of starting hands here in No Limit
It's
Hold'em.
always just been my favorite hand, and honestly, I prefer it tenfold to Ace King suited. So I would much rather have Ace King O than Ace King suited.
That's pretty interesting, though. Why do you prefer it not being suited? We have a
I think
three
it's
bet
just
here from Chang, by
psychological.
the way. Is it
Yeah, three bet here fight Chang Gutsy, the Ace 9-0.
Ace 9-0 against Ace King O? Of course, Chang just does have position against Wang. Flop. Oh, both have a straight draw here. Four trade deuce.
Yeah, and
Wang
the
has
eight
checked the
Ace
Chang.
9 here. Not a believer in the church.
I like where that went. Not a believer in the church. The church calls.
Maybe atheist.
Ten of diamonds. This might slow things down for both. That's
Both
a
holding
third
a
diamond on the
diamond,
board.
so may
Yeah.
speed things up.
Wang with the nut flush draw. And Tsang decides to check behind. So it does go check, check. River card's a six. And the king is going to play. Ace king is going to play. Wang leads out. Pot's already at 19,300.
Yeah, unfortunate here for the Ace 9-0 because you know your opponent has nothing, but you're always going to see an overpair or an overcard to your 9. So you can't make this call. Wang looking
It's a
exactly
complete
like
miss.
an Ace King, Ace Queen.
He's going to let it go. So Wang Chunzhou taking down that pot of 19,300, and he's going to chip up to 72,300. Once again, folks, more than 1,000 entries already here in the main event of WPT Korea. And Li Ma, young lady from China, is still on top. How much has poker exploded in China over the last decade?
Yeah, it seems to be pumping out of there at a massive rate, and I must say, I like it. I love to see all of the nationalities get involved in the sport. It's so nice to meet new people and stack new friends.
Well, over there in Thailand, of course, the national hero in poker is Punat Punsri.
Yeah, absolute legend. Old Punat is. Had the pleasure of meeting him a few times, once in Vietnam. I must say, gentleman at the table and next to. So, very, very nice guy indeed, and a good role model for a lot of those young Thai players out there.
Correct. Bickle made a raise here with pocket fives from the low jack. Gets a call though from Mo. This could set up a cascade of callers. Lee Ma, the chip leader, of course, not getting involved. And Kishebi is interested with King Nine of Diamonds. So three-way to this flop. Two diamonds in there. Jack, eight, deuce. Unfortunately for Bickle, that's two overcards to his pocket pair. But looks like he is still going to continue. He's sitting on 43,500, Rich.
Yeah, interesting here by the American. Just continuing with that C bet, and the C bet's quite large, Noel. So definitely quite puzzling.
3,500. Still can't shake Mo Chun Shu. And I'm pretty sure Kishebi's also going to come along with his a second nut flush draw. Board pairs, two of hearts. Bickle is still ahead actually here. Fires 5,000. It's 4,500 as he announced, so he needs some change. Board has paired, but Mo's going to be sticky here. Shelly. Big pot brewing here. Well, Kishebi stuck around. He was trying to buy a flush instead. He buys the King of Hearts, but that, of course, completes a flush. Looks like Bickle is unperturbed. And he is going to get called. Going to show that the fives were outdrawn on the river by Kishebi, who's going to take down a pot of 40,000. And Bickle is going to be down to 30,000 here, Rich.
Wow. Interesting decision there by Bickle just to blast off like that, Noel. You know, fives, maybe just performing a little bit better passively. So one has to ask yourself there if he didn't dust off a little bit of his stack.
Well, he did play it aggressively. You do want to play your pocket. Yeah, that's usually you'd probably check the river.
Yeah, at least. I mean, I thought he would have checked the flop, to be completely honest with you, because you already have showdown, so should just be happy to get there.
All the threes are folded. That's what we've seen here. Pocket tens now for the chip leader, Lee Ma. Folded to her in the cutoff position. Cannot find this young lady in our database. And the other young lady from China, Di Lu, we found her in our database. Almost $400,000 in career earnings. She's got King 10 of spades, and she is going to make the call on the button. Wang getting a good price to come along. Question is, does he? He won't. It's going to be up to the girls now. Li Ma versus Di Lu. And Di Lu has outflopped Li Ma. Although it's all hearts on that flop, it will go check, check. Turn cards, a seven of diamonds. It still goes check, check. River card is in. And still went check, check. scary board texture, but in the end, D. Lu able to win that smallish pot of 4,500 and keep in pace up to 46,700 in chips. Interesting dynamic, of course, broadcasting the non ICM portion. It's always great to see how players try to flex their muscle, especially as we talked about earlier, Rich, being at the featured table. For some of these people, it's their first time at the featured table and probably messaged already their friends saying, hey, watch me on stream. Of course, we are on a 30-minute delay, but watch me on stream. Gonna try to pull something off for all of you. Like Mo with Pocket
Absolutely.
Kings.
Absolutely. What a time for Mo's family to be tuning in and watching this, if they are, because Cowboys' early position, always a great sight.
Hijack position from Lee Ma, who's got a suited queen, Queen 8 of Hearts. She's got the chip lead so far at this featured table. Just decides to make the call.
That's very interesting.
Chin Hong Yo. Chin Hong Yo is getting a pretty good price to peel here, Rich.
Yep,
He
I
has
think he's got a
invested the big
peel
blind
here.
and the big blind ante. Yeah. Although in his mind, he might be looking at some dead money that he could be able to squeeze. Not with this hand, though, but he hasn't acted yet. Decides
Yeah,
to
he's getting
call.
five to one pot odds here to call on his money, so pretty good price to call as well as being connected. So
That looks like a safe flop for Mo. 9-7 deuce. Complete miss for the two callers to his raise.
Mo also obviously holding that club, so that does add to his safety factor. I do think though he does need to continue here with a C bet, kind of rep an ace queen, ace jack, ace king type holding, even king queen.
Don't see any of the callers to continue here. That bet is to 2,500. Success. Earning the minimum. It's so hard to get kings paid off on a board like that, right, Rich?
Definitely. Always hard to extract value when your opponents are holding dust. However, one could argue that maybe a smaller C bet there is the way to go. Just a third, around
Yeah, there are
1.5K.
there are some players who are afraid of draws when they have a big hand. That's probably the case here for Mo. And
Yeah,
talking
but he's
about
holding
Mo,
one of those cards to the draw, so pretty interesting decision.
Mo Chun Shu, as we mentioned earlier, just above 7,000 in career winnings. 7 cashes in his career, including one last year in July at the WPT Korea in Jeju. Ace King now for Mo. Boy, he just came from Kings. Got an Ace King. He's on a heater. Lee Ma, who joined him earlier, she's the chip leader so far. She's got pocket sevens. It isn't the low jack, and she has some chips to play with.
Absolutely. She's got a big stack behind her, and we've seen she's not afraid to use
Ooh,
it. Three betting there with the pocket sevens. So nice move from her here. Not something I would do myself, but let's hope it works out well for her.
might see a four bet come out here because now Mo is out of position. And every time you tangle with the chip leader, there's a little bit of a nervousness that comes to mind.
And the sevens, what she's just gone and done here is try to keep the top of her range within her range by three betting and not just flatting. So it might be quite a nice move here, depending on how this flop goes.
Well, the flop favors Mo. Now he's suddenly comfortable after what he sees. Ace 4-4 rainbow. Lee's going to check behind. Now she needs one of those two outs. That's not going to matter anymore because Mo gets a check mark. He's got a full house on the turn. Now, the problem for Mo is how to extract something here.
Yeah, Lima just so capped. And so Mo, I think, realizes that. So might just stab at it here, 3K or something like that.
At least get something out of this full house. Were you surprised he didn't come around with a 4-bet out of position with Ace King?
Definitely.
That would have put in more value. Of course, Ace King at the end of the day is a drawing hand, and it looks like he's trying to get some value. Does Lee Ma pay him off? Well, that's a pretty big
Oh,
bet.
wow. Okay, so he's gone for the overbet, which is quite nice.
Lima's gonna
Wow,
pay him
she's going to
off.
pay
It
him off.
works, Rich. And she says,
I
"Wow," as
like it.
well.
I like it.
It's a polarizing bet that gets the job done. When you thought he missed opportunities to get value, he actually got the maximum.
I think some could argue about the call there by Lima. Just holding those
Yeah,
sevens, two aces on the board, two fours on the board. You beat by so many cards. Like, it's a big price to pay and be wrong.
and Mo is now the chip leader. Suddenly, Lima spirals down to second place, but not by much. So from kings to ace king, what does he get this time? He's under the gun. King 6.
I felt like I was watching an IPL and the guy was on a hat trick.
He made 3 in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen that happen before. There's a raise coming from Sang Sheng Ni. And from the low jack from the +3, Dilu not interested in King Jack. However, Kishebi might be interested in pocket tens here, Rich.
Yeah, that's always a tricky one, as we saw earlier. No, pocket tens, never an easy spot.
Did make the right move by announcing a 3-bet to 4,000.
Very small three bet.
Bickle out of there. The initial raiser with ace-6 suited. Sang Sheng Ni. You can call him Sheng Ni if you want.
I think I'll stick to that. Yep.
Sang Sheng Ni. He's out of position.
Facing the very small, not very small, but smaller than usual three bet. Looks very, very strong. So wouldn't be surprised if we do just see a fold here. Especially because the three bet is versus the early position.
Hate playing
Shengni, of course,
this kind of a
at the
hand.
bottom of its
Yeah,
range.
and right. Hate playing it out of position.
Absolutely. Bottom of your range, out of position, versus a very strong three bet. Tough one, but
Well,
he's
who are
going
we
for
to
it.
know that? He's gonna
That's
make
what
the
we're
call.
commentating.
That's right. Hold on, did he just 4-bet this?
Absolutely. He's not taking this one lying
And
down in
now,
the tens. We'll just snap this one
right.
off and call it.
That's a very aggressive
So
move there by Tsang. Does he get rewarded? He will not because it's a middle set for Kishebi. He's
oh
got top
goodness.
pair. Your friend Sheng Ni is in trouble here, Rich. Now for Hideki, how do you get the maximum out of this? You were just 4-bet. You make the call, and you're rewarded with a set. Pot size at 31,500. Looks like we're going to have Rich back in just a bit. So for Tsang Sheng Ni, that's a small bet of 7,500. Something's up. He is going to make the call. Turn cards an 8 of clubs. Full house now for Hideki Kishebi. Tsang took a check call line. He's got a pair of aces. The board has paired, but it is the third club. He is going to move all in. A strange donk bet that could end up costing him unless an ace comes off, and one ace has already been folded. Only an ace can save him now. River card is not an ace. And looks like Tsang stepped on a landmine at the wrong time. And Tsang is going to spiral down all the way to 17 big blinds after that misstep. Wow, that was an ambitious 4-bet pre-flop. He did get the ace he wanted, but he was up against a set of tens. And that's going to change his fortunes moving forward here in day 1C of the WPT Korea in Jeju. He still has chips, though. And he is under the gun. Lee Ma, the former chip leader, now with ace king in the +1 position. Blinds are at 300, 600, 600 BB ante, and she's coming in for a raise. 1,500. Jacks this time for D. Lu, them again. Let's see if Miss D is going to just call this. She does. Oh, she's made a 4-bet, though. So 4,500. That's going to prompt everybody to get out of the way, including Bickle in the small blind. He's going to think about it a bit. But facing a raise and a re-raise, Queen 10 of Hearts just shrivels up. And now back to the initial raiser, Lee Ma. Now she's out of position. A 4-bet to 15,000. Suddenly, D. Lu has a lot to think about with pocket jacks. She's got position. She can afford to make the call, but it's 10,500 into a pot of 21,000. Did she step on a landmine that's about to explode? Just looks over at the stack. She knows she's covered. The ladies going at it here. Is she up against aces, kings, or queens? If she can eliminate that she's up against that, that's a pretty strong four bet there by Lima. She might consider folding here, actually. Once you eliminate the thought that you're up against aces, kings, or queens, your decision could become easier to play in position with jacks. But again, facing a four bet here, Rich, not quite sure if she can just call.
Yeah, a little bit of a six spot here for the jacks.
She decides to just make the call. Any overcard is going to make her nervous, and she gets outflopped. King, queen, deuce. Lima's just gone all in. Tough spot, you said it. This is for all her chips.
Yeah, but two overcards here. You've got to be thinking chances are I'm beat.
She started this all by three betting, got four bet back, and she gets shown that she was ahead pre-flop. Not quite sure if that's a good thing to do, though. If you're Lima, advertising to the entire table that you are capable of doing that, or is it a good thing?
I mean, I try not to give away even a cent at the
Yeah.
table, so not, in my opinion, not, but maybe part of her strategy, Noel.
Well, she has gotten enough chips to get back into the chip lead. But again, the tournament does not end today. This is just day 1C. We still have a full day 2 to play out.
Oh yeah, and that's where the big stack matters. So therefore, chip accumulation right now for all of these players involved at this feature table.
And she's not the chip leader. Somebody's got 120,000 already. That, of course, would be Mr. Kishebi. 120,000 in chips. Here's a raise from Chin Hong Yu. How about a three bet from Terashima? Just playing position and not playing cards here, Rich.
Yeah, Terashima just knows when to turn on that aggression, and you can see very, very nice choice of hand there, unblocking all sorts of rags that have to fold to you. However, Queen Jack suited, playing so well post flop that Hong Yu probably just has to chuck this one in the center and see the flop.
He has 33,000 behind, a small pot of 6.2. Does he have the moxie to make a four bet here against Terashima, Tomoki Terashima from Japan, who covers him?
I don't know if he should be four betting here just because he blocks a lot of the hands that could be folding. And whoa, that's
Ooh,
a
he did
very
four bet,
strong four
sir.
bet. Yeah, four bet shove. That's a lot different to just a four bet, though. So, power move there. Just knew that his opponent was up to something.
It is Hideki Kishebi, who is up on top, the first to break the century mark with 120 big blinds after he did take down a serious pot against his Chinese opponent, San Chang Shengni. Dilu from under the gun has made a raise with King 9 of Hearts. Jacks this time going the way of Wang Chunzhou. He just calls it this time. Last time somebody 3-bet with Jacks, she got in trouble. That happens to be Dilu. Mo on the dealer button decides to come along with Ace 7 offsuit. Lee Ma's getting a good price to come into this pot in the big blind, but she decides to fold. Three players enter this flop of Jack 10 8, a set of jacks, and a gut shot for the initial raiser D Lu. Wang's not gonna slow play his set. That's a connected board there, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. No wasting time for for Wang, excuse me. Very, very wet board indeed.
Looks like Dilu has made the call. Deuce of spades on the turn. She's still requiring a queen or a 7 to complete a straight. She donks out actually here. Still gets called by the set. Needs a queen or a 7 to complete a straight. Oh, she's been raised actually by Wang. A lot of pressure. 6,500 more to call, a pot of almost 22,000. Do you pull the trigger here, Rich?
Stack to pot ratio, not looking so great, Noel, if we're just flatting. Pretty much committing yourself then on the river, so let's see how gutsy she is here.
Decides to fold. So D. Lou is dropping here down to 25,400 and chips, only 42 big blinds.
Yeah, a little bit of a dust off there, one would think. Got to pick a strategy and go for it. You cannot approach this 50-50. Will not work out correctly.
She can still afford a smile, though, and she's still talking to her good friend, Ma Li.
And that's what you love to see, Noel. Good spirits all around the feature table, regardless of the result. We don't play result-orientated poker here at the WPT Korea. We keep it
that's a
clean.
word that that's a word I really love hearing when Grant Gardner says it. Results orientated. Pocket queens now for
Ladies,
the chip leader. So Hideki Kishebi has raised it from under the gun. Mo Chun Shu has been quite creative with some of the hands he's been involved with. Not this time, though. Pocket sixes for Chang, or for Tsang, rather. Makes the call. Molly has folded. Over now to D. Lu, short stack, but she is getting a good price to pay, a good price to see a flop. So she will join. She's up against two pocket pairs, one, of course, higher than the highest card she's got, and another set. I mean, sets have been showing up left and right here, Rich.
yeah, it's set for everybody. It seems like it.
Oh, problem here
Because
now for D. Lu. She's got two pair and she's leading out. Kishebi's hand has been disguised. That looks like more than a call, sir.
Yeah, Kishibe needs to protect these queens here. Very wet board indeed. Not wanting a free card to roll out there on the river. Lu now. Big trouble for her. Facing this big stack
That's
of Kishibe.
right. That is a cooler of epic proportions for the young lady from China. I mean, you initially, of course, the nuts straight. Somebody could have flopped a straight. Somebody could have a higher two pair. Again, somebody could have a set like Kishebi does.
Yeah, but your opponent also has a lot of ace king, king queen, or king queen you lose to, excuse me, ace king, ace queen,
Ace
ace
queen.
jack type
Yeah.
holding.
Hard to walk away from this though. At this stage of your tournament, you already have 14,000 in the middle, only 21,000 behind. She decides to make the call. Little does she know she can't catch any card to make her come back from this. Now one card straight. Goes check, check. And it's actually Keshebi who's relieved that his
Yes.
queen's held there because there's a one card straight and a backdoor flush. Saw how he just grudgingly checked behind.
Yeah, if she'd picked up on that,
Boy,
she could have bet there, Noel. His body language said everything when he saw that turn. So if she just bet there, even a nice small bet, I think she could have taken that one down.
yeah, but she doesn't have enough chips to be threatening at this point, Rich.
Well, she does. She just needs to switch on a little bit and maybe stop smiling to the rest of the table because there's seeming to see what her body ticks
You're
are
a
at the moment.
smiley. I've seen you. You're a smiley guy, Rich. You get everybody to smile around with you. That could be a weapon of yours when you play poker.
Absolutely, it is. But trust me when I say I'm definitely picking up those disgruntled checks on the river.
You know how that feels like, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
but
only able to pick it up because it's generally me that's doing it.
you're always relieved when your hand does hold.
Absolutely.
Pocket fives now for Terashima. He's got almost 78,000 behind. He's going to raise it up from the +2 position. At some point, you forget you're at the featured table, right? And start just playing your optimal game.
Yeah, you have to. Just have to settle in, get the nerves down, and then you just start acting more naturally. You can see a couple of these players feeling a lot more calm after playing a few hands here now.
The race of Terashima gets two callers.
Both ladies coming along to see this flop. Lu very short stacked at the moment.
Oh, she
Oh,
might jump in here in an open ended straight draw. Set of fives. Again, we see another set here, Rich. It went check, check, check. Dilu
I
again,
don't think
hoping
it's a.
that she doesn't have to pay.
I don't know if it's a five. I think the graphics are acting up on
Oh, yeah,
us.
they're resetting it now.
It's a
It's a
three,
it's a
yeah.
four. Four on
Yeah,
the
nine,
flop, yeah.
Jack 9-4-3. So no set. However, open ender for Dooley.
And a gut shot here for Lima.
Can't really tell you at this point. Ah, there we go.
There you go.
Catch
They
up for
fixed it.
Lima. But Tomoki
Yeah,
is
a
the
little bit.
one leading out. Interesting. Wow.
They both folded. Maybe they thought he had a set after all. Jack on the river would have been.
Wow. Interesting to a decision to fold by both the ladies. Do understand the gut shot, but the open ender, I think we definitely should have been calling there, especially given our short stack. And having committed so much to the middle already, calling out of the small blind, under repping your hand. Hmm. Interesting one.
Well, that's my next question to you, Rich. How do you recover from a cooler? That was a cooler that actually got D. Lu into that predicament that she's in right now. I mean, how long does it take you to recover from a cooler like that?
Yeah, well, it's supposed to be the next hand, to be honest with you, Noel, because that's the exact situation that happens when you let it get to you. Is your Queen Jack, which should be a value hand on that sort of board, turns into a bit of a disaster.
Kishebi's now starting to wield that stack. He has raised it blind versus blind against Wang.
Yeah, blind v blind here. Wang probably got to defend quite wide as your opponent always
Oh, that is
raising.
wide. Yeah. 7-4 is
Yeah,
wide.
I mean, I wasn't talking about that wide, but sure.
Ace, King, Jack. Kishebi checks. Let's see if Wang takes the initiative. He does not. Third card's a deuce of clubs. That one bet from Kishebi strikes fear in his opponents because he now has a big chip lead here.
Yeah, and that's the danger, number one, of defending the 7-4 in the big blind. There's really not many flops that you feel comfortable with calling even a small bet. And that just allows your opponent to sense that out when it checks through on the flop there and then small bet on the turn, good enough to take it down. So rather
Oh,
just not get
yeah,
involved, in my opinion.
right.
Yeah.
132,000 now for Kishebi. First to 100, first to a century here. Are you a big
290
snooker fan?
snooker fan?
Yeah, are you a big snooker fan?
Can't say I've ever watched it myself.
Oh,
You?
really?
Yeah.
I actually do follow the sport a lot. It's all in here for Sang.
Well,
Hideki is interested. Not anymore. Oh, of course,
uh,
Chin's going to be interested. He snap calls it. Did he just blind call it and just finally see his hand and say, okay, we're going with this? Yeah, 7,400 all in. He's got 31,000. Not that sexy of a stack, but he made the right call. Let's see if it holds. So far, so
yeah,
good.
around about nine big blinds.
Oh,
Oh my
seven on
goodness.
the turn. And a queen on the river, talking about a fortuitous shove for Tang Shengni. He's going to double up. He's going to get into 16,000. And your church has crumbled, Rich.
Yeah, quite unfortunate there for the church to be cracked like that. 7-8. Definitely an interesting shove. Around about 10 bigs.
Again, we've seen a lot of that over the past couple of years where a lot of players are raising these middle suited connectors. 9/8, 8/7, 6/5 usually find themselves there suited. What's up with that?
Yeah, I think we can raise them, but I think putting it all in for less than 15 big blinds is just very, very questionable given that your opponent's only going to call you with an overcard. They're not calling you with any pocket fives, any 4-5, any 3-2. All of your cards that are you're calling you are all overcards. Eights,
How
nines,
about this?
tens, and then your aces, kings, broadways. Yeah?
Well, how about this? And newly acquired chips getting VPIP again as Tsang has raised it. Might get it through. Let's see what Terashima's got. He seems interested. Not anymore. Back to back takedowns there for Tsang. Well, he's moved himself up to below the line of 20 big blinds or less. D. Lu, who was a middling stack at one point, still trying to recover from that cooler, Rich.
Yeah, interesting little bit of poker play here for sure. Suited connectors proving to be quite the favorite of hands. At this feature table, we do see a lot of players playing them, so interesting to note about this field.
Of course, people watching here as well, we'd just like to let you guys know that we have surpassed the 1,000 mark in terms of attendance for this main event over the last 3 days, day 1A, day 1B, and today, day 1C. So far today, 295 entries have been logged.
Yeah, real impressive turnout here for the day 1C of this main event, and then, of course, 1A and 1B. Nothing short of a great turnout themselves. So, very, very good numbers for WPT Korea out here. We really do appreciate the support, and it's lovely to see the mix of cultures here. And talking about a mix, Ace Queen, oh, very, very nice in the
Oh,
small
just
blind.
yeah, just completed. And Bickle from the United States checks his option with ace three offsuit. Be a bad card if an ace came out. It does not. Got middle pair now for Terashima. Nothing for Bickle.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm
unfortunate
going to
for
correct
Bickle,
what I
nothing
said. Yeah,
really
yeah, I'm going
going
to
his
correct what
way
I said
today.
that we surpassed the 1,000 mark. We're headed to the 1,000 mark. Thank you for the information there, Ms. Ruiz Barreto. Just like to give a big shout out to Coach Ron Regis, who has brought some goodies for me. After this hand, I'm going to excuse myself, Rich, and you can fly solo
No
for a bit
problem.
while I chow down on some Vietnamese food.
Ooh, what did you get?
I have no idea, but it smells good. It's in a bag right now. Hope it's not moving though.
Cannot be too sure in these Asian countries that we love to call home.
I love the cuisine where you are in Thailand. Love the cuisine where I am in Vietnam. But we both agree that we love the cuisine in Korea. Chip
Absolutely.
leader now. Yeah. Wow, how about that? Ace 10 folded to him, the chip leader. Oh, there was a raise from
Yeah,
Kishebi.
Kishibe's raising it up here with the mystery hand.
I think he had ace 10 for the moment. He peeked at it a bit. Mo, let's see it, he says. Got a suited one gapper here for Mo Chinshu. Jack Trey Trey. I'm assuming that the first look that we had in Kashebi's cards was ace 10 off suit. And the outs are being pronounced, so it is ace 10. We're just not seeing it on the graphic. 3,000 on the C bet. How about this call?
Yeah, very interesting there. Is a small bet, only one big blind, so I think that's why Mo is calling here.
King of Hearts comes off on the turn. Checked again. Hideki now checks behind. Gonna need a queen to come out, and it does.
Wow.
Let's see if Mo tries to take a stab at this. He does not. And now, whatever it is that Mo is calling with, Hideki Kishebi is gonna try to extract some value. This pot is only at 6,000 though.
Is he going to go for the overbet again here? That's the question.
It
He
worked the
saw the
last
overbet
time.
work nicely.
Yeah, the thing is, Mo can't call with anything with four high. He's probably saying, "Oh, I had a jack." All right, Rich,
Yeah,
I'm gonna leave
interesting.
you alone for a bit. You have the con.
Alrighty. Take it easy. Enjoy. 295 entries so far into this 1C. Everybody at this feature not looking to try anything special, it seems. Waiting for a hand, and Mo in the small, looking down at the tens. He's going to limp in here and see the flop. Interesting snap call there by Kang. And Kang gonna make the call. He's not a believer in what Mo was saying. Interesting decision there. Kang short stacked as well, so 2.5k. Felt at that stack level. 23 bigs, all that he does have remaining behind, and Dilu 18 bigs for her. Certainly time for both of these players. Find some magic and some poker run good from the poker gods. Blinds are 400 and 800 with that 800 ante on the big blind. Bickle, quiet as of late, comes in for this one from the cutoff. Interesting here. So Wang probably not too happy here, raising up the king three suited and finding a couple of callers as well as the big blind. Ace, queen, eight, rainbow on this flop here. Checks through rather quickly and second heart now. Wang picking up more than a king high. Ma and Mo still on a draw. Bickle, mystery man. And wow. Ma on a draw. On a big draw. Just moves all in. Apologies. I was just trying to figure that one out. Seemed like a 2.5k bet. However, the graphics did me a little bit dirty there. But we'll get there. And just like that, Lima gets there too. Flush on the river. And depending on Bickle, this one could get expensive here for either player. Significant overbet here from Ma. Very interesting decision, especially because she does block the straight. There we go. Bickle gonna lay it down. Not sure what he had. Nima taking a nice pot there and adding to her ever growing chip stack here. Up to just shy of 90k now. 111 big blinds for her. Kashibe still dominating things up top. 135k, so just shy. 2.5 starting stacks. Alrighty. Chunzu looking fly as always. Maybe ready to take flight here with the pocket rockets. Goes for the min open. Off the big stack. Got to be wary of this one. If you are his table mates, and Bickle now will come along here with the suited connector. Dilu with the short stack will defend this big 6-5 offsuit. An interesting flop indeed here. Queen 5-4, two diamonds. Wang with the only diamond here, however. Lu connecting with this one. And maybe in a little bit of trouble, but able to sniff that one out. And Wang, not much to sing home to with those aces.
I'm back, Rich. I saw rockets there.
Rockets, but no takeoff, unfortunately, for the holder of those rockets.
She's still smiling though, despite the short stack. Talking about D. Lu.
Yeah, she's a great sportsman. She is just having fun with the game, and you just love to see it, don't you?
I love to see anybody smiling at an intense environment such as this. Although it's more intense when you're at the featured table, where you not only have the eyes of your opponents on you, have the eyes of the world on you.
Definitely. There definitely is that added stress factor, and you may find yourself playing a little bit strange sometimes, but she's been playing well, just hasn't been being dealt many good cards.
30,600 behind for Chin Hong Yu. Bickle with King 9. Folded to the button. King 8 now for D. Lu. She's got only 11,800 left, and she has chucked it in. Kishebi, of course, can't call despite the fact he's the chip leader. He's got 4-3 offsuit. But he's doing some calculations in his head right now. He is doing some calculations. Looks like he's added up the math. Looking at 4-3, a chance to eliminate. Seeing how much he'll be left behind, he'll hardly feel this, but you don't want to double up a short stack. And that's the telling factor in that fold. So for the moment, D. Lu still sticking around down to 17 big blinds, 13,800. So tough when you're the short stack and you have the chip leader, the monster chip leader to your left, Rich.
Yeah, brutal position to be in at the table. Always tough to maneuver. Have to pick your spots wisely as a short stack anyway, so having the big stack next to you just makes that decision that much harder.
Or that much easier if you have a hand that you can go with.
Absolutely. And you hope that that big stack is a bit of a wild cannon because then a double up may be imminent in your future.
Oh, checking thing, but though he's been solid. Acquired much
Absolutely.
chip earlier from Dilu herself. Queens now for Mo. Motion shoot for a race. It's up now to Wang. Does he have anything that he's excited about? No. Mo Chin Shu. Well, earlier, Wang had aces. Now Mo's got queens. Mo currently in third right now in our standings. 295 entries logged so far. We expect to see more as we near the 1,000 mark here, Rich.
Yeah, an impressive turnout so far here, Noel. Everybody coming down, everybody chucking in. That prize pool only growing as this one progresses, so all to play for in this day 1C. Get all those chips you can, gentlemen and ladies, because day 2, it's all about the big stacks and that pressure. Always want to be the hammer and not the nail.
Speaking of the hammer, that's one of the nicknames they gave this hand that Terashima has. 7 deuce off suit. Like you want to hammer it away.
I call it something else, but I'm not sure I'm allowed to use that language on live stream.
I actually saw somebody call an all in with it because the guy he was up against was so severely crippled. Heads up, no less. He almost got away with it. But
Wow.
imagine having your photo taken with 7 deuce as your winning hand.
I've seen it.
I've actually had somebody win with pocket tens and then requested for 8-3 to be in the picture. Defense from the big blind for Chin Hong Yu against Kishebi, our chip leader. And the flop comes 10-6-5. Chin has outflopped Kishebi. Or Kishibe, I should say. Kishibe. I've been calling him wrong the whole time. Kishibe. It goes check, check. And a deuce of hearts on the turn does not improve Kishibe. Still needing 3 outs. Bet is to 2,100. I just noticed right now, Rich, the dealer's got a better headset than you and I.
I mean, speak for yourself, Noel. My
Oh,
headset is
okay,
pretty
okay,
fried.
okay. Mine also has those little lights that go on when you plug it into the USB thing. So Chin
Oh,
able to
okay.
take
Mine
this one
doesn't.
down.
Yeah,
Oh,
mine doesn't have the
and
lights. So
I'm
I take that back.
because I saw it, that the dealer had that headset with the lights on. Sort of reminds you of mine. If yours is a little bit more space age than that, then GG.
Yeah, yeah, no.
And that's the thing nowadays. Remember the days where you used to just broadcast with those little microphones and those little earphones. Now we got to go a little high tech and bring you the action here from the WPT Korea main event, Day 1C. And this table has brought a lot of fireworks as well. Lots of action. Here's a guy who hasn't really gotten involved much. He tried to, but couldn't sustain it towards the end. Ryan Lee Bickle of the United States to the
Yeah,
former chip
not many
leader, now
spots for
Lee Ma.
Bickle.
Yeah, dealer button stuff here for Wang Chunzhou. And to borrow a phrase from my partner, it is blind v blind.
Blind v blind. One of my favorite battles at the poker table. Always so interesting. And one of the least, excuse me, studied spots, I believe.
Just completing the small blind. 9-6 offsuit for Terashima. He'll check his option. So blind v blind and small blind outflops big blind. King, 5 tray, 2 hearts. Terashima does have 1 heart in his holding, as well as he's got some backdoor stuff going on. So let's see if he continues on this. Oh, looks like he will. Turn card, pairs the board, a couple of threes now. check mark already going to Chin. One bet took it down.
Easy as you like, as they say. Raise and take it. Kashibe, 164 big blind still on top there, and just like that, folks, seems like we have come to
Yep.
the end
Well, it looks like we have another hand to play here. Of course,
before.
day two happens tomorrow. We are on our final day one. This is it, the last bus to advancing to day two of the main event here at WPT Korea.
Yeah, it's time. These players know it. You can see it on their faces, and some big stacks here, but not big enough, one would think, Noel. Looking at some of the other players who've already qualified in previous days. It's all to play for here at the closing stages of
Yeah.
this one.
Looks like we're trudging on here. We just got word that we are still proceeding, at least for the moment. And Kishibe, gosh, gotta correct that. Hideaki Kishibe of Japan, the hijack, the chip leader at 130,000, making it a raise to 1,600. Wang out of there with ace nine. Pocket eights, though, for Chin on the dealer button. He is just going to make the call. Oh, he made a three bet to 4,500. Initially, we thought that was a call. And a fold coming from Kishibe to Chin trying to climb. He is currently in sixth place. Look at the separation between fifth and sixth, though. It's about 40, almost 40,000 in chips, Rich. You do just want to
Yeah, it's
make
a
it to
big
day
chunk.
two. That's the goal. Yeah.
I guess, Noel, the only thing is there's definitely a fair argument to be had for accumulating chips instead of just barely making it in. Day two, still a lot of play to be had, so if you're going in there by the skin of your teeth, could be quite a predicament. And you may be better
Looks like
off
do
just regging a different 20.
right. Well, Dilu made it back to her seat just in time. Let's see what she came back for. She has folded. Kishibe also out of there with Jack 10. Jack 9 suited. And the hijack now for Wang. Looks like he's out of the way as well. Because this is Chin now. Action on him. Chin has ace king suited. Rich Cooper doesn't want them suited. He wants them off suit, by the way.
Absolutely. I like a mixed.
Well, Bickle is going to speculate from the small blind with 9-8 off suit and the suited 9 for Mo. He's in there as well. Queen, queen, 6.
Everybody missing quite hard here on this flop. You would assume we do see a C bet here by Hong.
Chin was the initial raiser anyway. Chin Hong Yu continues here. It's like he's not going to get any calls from his two opponents.
And
Some
Mo,
posturing here from Mo. Oh, he didn't posture.
3.6.
He check raises. Ooh, crafty, crafty for Mo Chun Shu. If he fires here, he'd better fire on the turn. The call by Chin. Turn cards a 3, another miss. Pot now bloated to 12,800 because of this adventure being embarked upon by Mo Chun Shu. He's not stopping here, Rich.
Yeah, he's just going for it here, Noel. Barrel in the flop, barrel in the turn now.
This is poker. He's got 9 high like a
Maximum
boss.
pressure. Wow.
Oh, Chin's
And
going to stick
Hong.
around here. Or is he? Well, not long after this, folks, we will transition to our cash game portion of our coverage. You'll still have Rich Cooper, but he'll be joined by Coach Ron Regis as we tag team Rich. A pickle now for the ace king of Chin Hong Yu. What aggression shown by Mo Chun Shu. Does he actually have a queen?
Wow.
If he does, he's drawing thin. Ooh,
Wow.
what a
What
read
a
by
boss.
Chin.
What a boss.
He has just decided to see what his opponent has. Of course, Mo now has to posture a bit. If he's got a queen, so be it. What a power play for Chin Hong Yu. And Mo Chun
Wow.
Shu folds. Looks like we will be concluding our coverage of day 1C. Day 1 or day 2 happens tomorrow, folks. I believe at the same time, 2:45 p.m. Korea time. And we will transition to the cash game portion here, where my partner Rich Cooper is going to be joined by Coach Ron Regis. Not quite sure if we're going to see more hand in this deal, or a couple of more at least. At least you know what's coming.
I think we're going for about 20 more minutes and then we
That's
will
right.
call it.
We will miss the action here, Rich. You've been a great partner, and I'm sure Coach Ron Regis will be very entertained chatting with you during the cash game portion.
Yeah, it's been lovely chatting with you, Noel. Thank you very much for keeping us entertained here. And as you know very well, it's been a very exciting day here at the feature table for this main event, Day 1C. So don't go anywhere, folks. We still have a little bit of action here. And then, as Noel said, straight into some cash game action. 50-50 are the blinds. And it gets down. Trust
Ooh,
me, guys are sitting with 50K, 70K, 100K. So deep, deep,
well,
deep cash game.
yeah. Oh, D. Lu has made her jump with a 7 of hearts. So far, nobody with anything to call with. Mo has folded. Sang has folded. And so another successful heist for the shortest stack at the table, D. Lu. Maybe the shortest stack at the table, but the most successful in terms of career earnings for this young lady from China once again. $397,898 US in career winnings, including a third place finish way back in 2017 in an event in China that got her a bink of 150,329 US. When she's walking down the street, you wouldn't tell that she's a poker pro, right?
Definitely not the typical poker pro that you would see on the scene.
Chin Hong Yu made that bold move earlier with Ace King. He's got King Jack right now and the +3, or the low Jack as we call it. Bickle, bleeding chips now. He actually still makes the call in position with Queen 9 of clubs. And Li Ma with 10-7 off. Once again, we see this. She's getting a good price to come along. Everybody with live cards. Chin ahead pre-flop by virtue of King High. Not anymore. Now this is going to be interesting because Bickle is just flop top pair, and Li Ma has a gut shot. But it's Chin who's got King High, who started all of this aggression. Action's been checked to him by Li Ma. Decides to check. Let's see what Bickle does now that the initial raiser has opted to check. 2,000, he says. Li Ma can afford to peel one more to buy that 8, or to buy that. Oh, she's open-ended, actually. Check that. Jacker is 6. Of course, one of those, or two of those jacks have already been folded. Turn cards, another 8. 2 pair now for Bickle. Li Ma checks again.
Bickle needs to keep betting here. No, he has to make sure nothing scary runs off here on the river. Protect that 9 of his. So
Though into a 10,000 pot.
very small.
But that's enough for Li Ma to get out of the hand. The former chip leader, Li Ma from China. Second in chips at the moment to Hideaki Kishibe of Japan. There he is, stretching himself out. Having conversations with the table. Yeah, we do have that rule, English only at the table, especially in an international affair like this. Advantage there goes to Bickle automatically, right? And the Chin Hong Yu seems to keep getting the King Jack here, Rich.
Yeah, the Hong Yu likes the King Jack, but oh, interesting decision. We'll play conservative. Just interesting because his
Right.
stack isn't dwindling at all. He has enough chips to play there, so thought he would have got involved with that one.
The guy getting involved with this one is Tsang Sheng Ni, and the dealer button.
Oh, that is very
Way to raise.
interesting given that he's playing off of about 20 bigs, Noel.
Oh, he
So
gets shoved into, though. Gets
very
shoved
easy
into by D.
decision.
Lu.
Yeah, Dilu always going to shove there, just given that his opponent is so short.
And it works. She gets some more chips, 2,200 to pump her stack up to 17,000. And now it's Tsang Sheng Ni who's at the bottom of the heap now with only 14,700 remaining. Oh, check that. This is the cumulative winnings, actually. How much things have changed since they moved from their outer table to this featured table. And the gentleman from Japan has really made strides here, Rich.
Yeah, he's done wonders, and he's kept that chip lead for a long time now. So somebody else has to challenge him quite strongly. Otherwise, he might not relinquish that anytime soon.
Bickle's got ace king. He's going to go with this. He's still got 24,000.
Church for
Into the
Bickle.
raise. Yep. You like them unsuited. There you have it. A call from Mo Chun Shu. Chip leader, Kishibe, is also in there with ace three of spades. Got three aces in the hole already that we're looking at here at our graphics. Flop comes king 8-6. Bickle has flopped top pair. Nut flush draw though for Mo. The American fires. Mo's not going anywhere. He's going to see it. 11 outs, including an 8 for Mo Chun Shu of China. Turn card's a deuce of hearts. That's a card that Bickle likes, although there are now two flush draws on that board. Still trying to build that pot. $5,000 still called, and Mo's gonna miss. He did have an 8 to begin with. Bickle's already got the check mark. Bickle to act. Pot is 22,000. He bets out for 5,000. Mo Chun Shu is scratching his head. He has a pair of eights. He's missed his flush draw. But the question is, does he think his 8 is good enough? The bet is to 4,000 actually from Bickle.
And you got to ask yourself here, does Bickle just bet a third of his stack here on the river, holding absolutely nothing? Because that's what he's going to have in order for Mo to win this one. And remember, Bickle, very, very tight pre-flop. So for him to get involved here in early position, must have some sort of strength.
As he turned his hand into a bluff. Decides against it. As Ryan Lee Bickle of the United States.
Much needed chip up
Finally,
there for the American.
Yeah.
45 big blinds now for him. Definitely a much more navigatable stack as opposed to what he was sitting on before the commencement of that hand. So timing is
Right.
everything here at the feature, as we know. Let's see how the American gets on.
You do like these slow rise in the blinds, such as the case in a lot of major tournaments when you have a lot, you allow your skill to take over. as opposed to some tournaments that just double, double, double all the way up every time it's blinds up. Nice slow rise here. Can't believe this. Chin's got King Jack again.
Wow. We've seen
This
him
time he's playing
get
it.
King Jack a few times. This is a suited variety. And oh my goodness, unfortunately for him, Church, for Terashima here,
As he made a 3-bet. We haven't seen the adjustment on the graphic yet. We do know it's a raise by Chin, and there's your 3-bet. All the aces have gone away. Back to the initial raiser. That's a hefty 3-bet, by the way, there, Rich. 5.6 thousand, 5,600. 4,000 more to call for Chin Hong Yu.
yeah, it's an interesting sizing for sure because he is in position. And with the ace king O, maybe would just go a little bit smaller on about 3x.
And the chips have been shipped, and he shows everybody that he had ace king. So Tomoki Terashima with a stranglehold now on third place at the moment. His countryman Hideaki is still on top. On to hand number 40 of this particular featured table. Everybody picking up a 16,000 gapper. Yeah, doesn't stop, does it? Doesn't stop. Let's see if Kishibe can get creative with 6 deuce off. He's got the chips, and it's folded to him on the button. There he goes. Looks like there's a call coming from Wang. He's called a small blind with Jack 9 offsuit. Or he's still thinking about it. I believe he's made the call already. Yeah, because action is now on Chin. Oh, it has been. I believe Chin has made a 3-bet. And that's going to get everybody out of the hand. Ace King this time for Chin Hong Yu.
Yeah, the 3-bet out of the big blind, always very, very strong, Noel.
Although we've seen
And
some
of
players
course,
do it before with hands like 6-4, Rich. Just because.
exactly. That's what I was just about to say. The 3-bet always very strong out of the big blind, and of course, even more strong when you actually have a hand, unlike some of the other players we've seen previously.
Oh, you miss him already, don't you?
Mr. Peng, we remember you. Fond
Yes,
memories, sir.
hopefully we do see him in day 2. Hopefully he got moved to another table, re-entered. In the meantime, pocket 8s now for Mo Chun Shu. And Ace Queen all in now for 14,700 from Tsang Sheng Ni. He's been the short stack for a very long time. Looks like everybody's going to
Yeah,
get
tough.
out of the way. And it looks like there's a call. Now they can table their hands. Looks like we're heading into a break right after this anyway. Coin flip now for the tournament life of Tsang Sheng Ni. Pocket eights for Mo Chun Shu. Ace Queen for Tsang. Flop, Jack, 6, 5. No help to Tsang. Turn cards of 4. No help either. Needs an ace or a queen and does not get it. So Tsang Sheng Ni is out. Not quite sure if he can still catch the last bus of registration, but we do know here, Rich, that our time for the main event coverage has come to a close. It's been great working with you, my friend.
Absolutely. Likewise, Noel. Pleasure working with you. And thank you, everybody at home, for joining us. And remember, join us a little bit later for cash game action and tomorrow for day
Right.
2 of the main event. Me, Richard Cooper, joined
12:30.
alongside Noel Zarate. Absolute
Bye.
pleasure.